Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Kenji. It's 9:30, so please let me know whenever you're ready, and I will start the webinar.
We are ready. We are ready now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. So I wish you everyone a good meeting, start the recordings, and I start the webinar.
Yes, please.
It's done. Thank you. Urgently, please, make Anna co-host Anna Lontadze, please.
Welcome everyone. Good morning. I hope you all had a good rest after the first day of our second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum. It's good to see you back here today and good to see many of you back with us on our stream. I hope we are all ready for today. Now, yesterday was an eventful day, and I will stress full because we certainly had a number of presentations that went through the challenges of documentary heritage preservation. We got regional overviews, we got national overviews, and that really laid the foundation for the work that we will do today. Today will be us getting into dialogue, discussing some of the issues, some of the challenges, and talking about the way forward. So I invite you today to join the discussion, either again in the Q&A in our stream, or if you're here in the room by raising your hand and joining our panel discussions that we will have today. Just a few points that we took from day one, points that I took at least, and many of them are essential points that will guide our discussion today. We heard about how COVID-19 presented a big challenge for memory institutions. It restricted physical access to documentary heritage, and those tasks that usually are routine of preserving documentary heritage became actually physically impossible. So emergency preparedness is going to have to be a very important component of disaster risk reduction and management going forward. We also heard about why it is important to start recording and documenting even during a disaster and in the immediate aftermath, and that documenting a disaster is not the same as remembering it. So how do we increase access and bring documenting that heritage, anchor it into the collective conscience of our communities? We heard Mr. Matsuda speak about the unprecedented nature of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Yet more than a century earlier, as he told us, there had been similar devastation. So recording and stringing the thread between many of these incidents can help prepare for the future. We also heard about these competence centers for conservation of cultural heritage, where here in Europe, they were originally focused on monuments and sites. They will now also extend to documentary heritage. So if we talk about best practices, these are perhaps examples that can be shared and learned from. And we also heard about expanding what the definition of a disaster is from Ms. Aparna Tandon, not just a natural disaster, but anything that causes huge disruption and social impact. That is worth keeping in mind if you think about the vast array of threats that are faced to documentary heritage and its preservation, from COVID-19 to digital threats. You will have picked up many more points that we will bring into our discussion today. I'd like to remind you what we mentioned yesterday, that's the goal to get through today, to move forward a specific action framework for disaster risk reduction and management by focusing on national, regional, and global level implementation. We hope to embolden memory institutions to apply the principles of disaster risk reduction and management of documentary heritage preservation in an interdisciplinary approach, and also to embolden policymakers to start putting those steps into place, taking into account documentary heritage in their policy making. So today, as I said, is going to be interactive. We're going to have 3 panels. You'll see our panelists from the first panel already seated here. We're going to go a bit more granular into some of the issues that we discussed yesterday. And we'll bring in questions towards the end of the panel session. The facilitator for each panel will do so. Again, we look forward to have the opportunity to engage you in our conversation. So that is what we are looking to do today in a very active way. I'd first like to introduce Mr. Faxon Banda, the Chief of the Documentary Heritage Unit at UNESCO, who spoke yesterday. And he will first take us through a presentation of the action framework for sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. Mr. Banda.
Thank you, Sumi, another special welcome to all of you to our second day, both here in Paris and to all those that are following us online. So what I want to do in a very few minutes is to take you through the strategic framework for UNESCO's action for sustainable preservation of documentary heritage through DRR. This is not a strategy as such, it's a framework. What that means is we are open to have more suggestions. So this is just an outline that I'll give you. Beyond this event, we'll be looking to you to populate the framework with many more perspectives. So it will be placed on our website, and you can continue to inform it with your perspectives, with your experiences. It will inform our work. It will guide what we will do within the framework of the project supported by Japan. So what I will do then is to very quickly introduce the strategic framework in terms of the Memory of the World program as it exists in a wider context of cultural heritage preservation and accessibility. I will then read out the strategic goal and objectives of this response, after which I will lay out the priority areas of action informed by the Sendai framework for DRR, and then I will lay out the implementation and monitoring system for that. So very quickly then, moving on to the Memory of the World program and how it relates to this. It seems to me that DRR is actually built into the programmatic DNA of the Memory of the World program. So for example, when it was set up, the objective was to increase awareness and protection of the world's documentary heritage and provide for its universal and permanent accessibility. What is important to recognize is that this emerged from the idea that there was this notion of documentary heritage being in a parallel state of preservation and access to documentary heritage in various parts of the world. So war and social upheavals, for example, severe lack of resources worsened the problems, and largely because of that, there was a danger to documentary heritage, and in particular, as it was seen as contributing to sustainable development And so the idea then of the Memory of the World was to try to capture all this, put it together as memory and pass it on for if there is significant and enduring danger to documentary heritage, it is likely to result in harm, not only to the memory, but also to the sense of self-identity that documentary heritage is associated with. More importantly, for the Memory of the World program in 2015, and yesterday we touched on this in various instances, the member states adopted the recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form, and it outlines 5 areas of intervention, 3 of which are actually the objectives of the Memory of the World program when it was set up, and the other 2 speak to an enabling environment. When we talk about policy and cooperation, these are more about an enabling environment for identification, preservation, and access to thrive. So simply put, the Memory of the World program's threefold objective of identifying documentary heritage, promoting its preservation, and enhancing access to it requires an enabling environment of robust policy as well as national and international cooperation. In 10, the recommendation can be linked to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we point to specific SDGs there, SDG 4, particularly its reference to quality education, to global citizenship. Notions like those require a clear sense of cultural identity. We make reference to SDG 11, which talks about protecting natural and cultural heritage. And we also rely on SDG 16, particularly its notion of ensuring public access to information and the protection of fundamental freedoms, all of which are caught up in how people see themselves, and documentary heritage can contribute towards that sense of cultural worth, if you will. And in 10, arguably, we could say that beyond the recommendation, beyond the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we also have the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which for our purposes provides a useful mechanism for discussing possible policy actions in this area. And I think that the presentations yesterday did a marvelous job of unpacking that for us, and I think today we can build on that in terms of concrete actions that we can take within the context of this framework. Going on then, what is the overall goal of this strategic framework? Well, it is to encourage and support stakeholders' actions for the sustainable preservation of documentary heritage through disaster risk reduction and management, as well as to enhance their capacity to successfully implement the 2015 recommendation and the documentary heritage-related provisions of the Sendai Framework. And stakeholders in this case would include our member states, memory institutions, both private and public, international, intergovernmental, and non-governmental organizations, and we have some represented here. So more specifically, one could say that this strategic framework sets out a conceptual and practical framework for enabling stakeholders to take steps to apply the principles of disaster risk reduction and management in their documentary heritage preservation policies from an interdisciplinary perspective. What then are the priority areas of action? Taking the cue from the Sendai Framework, the first one is to try to understand disaster risk management in relation to documentary heritage. We are appropriating a framework that refers to cultural heritage, but not necessarily to documentary heritage. And that comes along with its own baggage, especially taking into account that some national jurisdictions do not provide for documentary heritage as such, but recognize cultural heritage in its totality. However, for strategic and practical purposes, we do need to emphasize documentary heritage, especially in developing countries that are moving towards adopting legislative frameworks to speak to this particular issue. So we do need to signpost it as such, and that is why risk management of documentary heritage needs to be part of the general preparedness of societies to avoid and manage threats and disasters caused by climate change, natural catastrophes, armed conflicts, as well as other elements that one may identify. Aerial recognition of risks to documentary heritage is essential in this case in building up capacities to react quickly in the various situations through concerted global actions. And in the document that we've shared with you, we list a few more actions to that effect. Moving on to priority number 2, strengthening disaster risk governance for preservation of and accessibility to documentary heritage. There we are recognizing the global architecture that could possibly govern documentary heritage in relation to DRR beyond the Sendai framework, hence the reference there to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2347. And then we go on to pick on some specific examples there, creating safe havens for documentary heritage. Blue Shield is here. They might speak to that, I suppose. So these are some of the actions that we think could help towards building some kind of governance infrastructure within which documentary heritage could be meaningfully placed. Moving on to priority number 3 there, investing in disaster risk reduction for documentary heritage to enhance resilience. Here, memory institutions are key because, as we know, it's not just the documents that they contain which are susceptible to destruction, to danger. It's also the memory institutions themselves as built heritage. They are susceptible to climate change and other catastrophes. And therefore, we do need to have a holistic perspective, particularly when we take into account some of the most important groupings in UNESCO, small island developing states, least developed developing countries, and so on and so forth. But also linked to that, it is important to provide a framework within which knowledge, best practices can be shared, certainly bilaterally, but also, I think, more importantly, multilaterally. And this is something that I think, as UNESCO, we can support our stakeholders with. And linked to that, obviously, as we heard yesterday, not only from David, but also from Harry, digital transformation is certainly key to the preservation of documentary heritage. And obviously now, again, throughout the day yesterday, we heard how key digitization was towards achieving sustainability in as far as documentary heritage is concerned. So that is important to take into account. Moving on then to priority 4. Enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and to build back better in recovery of documentary heritage. Quite clearly, it's important to preserve valuable data related to natural and human-made disasters in order to ensure its accessibility, particularly for learning, e.g. satellite-related data on climate change, historical records of disasters located in archives, libraries, and so on and so forth. And we heard a little bit more about that yesterday as well. There are several other points that we list under that particular priority area. And so let me move on then to implementation and monitoring. What is important for us is to be clear about what it is we can do. UNESCO set up the Memory of the World program in 1992, and last year a new structure was set up, the Documentary Heritage Unit, to manage the Memory of the World program, to give it greater coherence within the communication and information sector, and that in a way is meant to ensure that we have the staffing and the resources that is required to carry out our work. But at the same time, we need to look at ourselves in terms of how we relate to the different entities that are there, not least our International Advisory Committee and its subcommittees, and we've got some members of the International Advisory Committee here, deliberately so, because they need to be following some of the things that we are doing strategically in order for them to better support us with their advice. So in discharging this function, the unit will draw upon the valuable expertise residing inter alia in the following: the International Advisory Committee and its subcommittees, regional and national Memory of the World committees. Again, these were well represented yesterday and today. If you see online, you will notice that we've got participants from national Memory of the World committees. We've got participants from our regional committees. The president of ACMO, which is the African chapter, is here also. Yesterday we heard from MOLAC, Latin America and the Caribbean. They're all here in order to lock into what we are doing, because we believe that it is only through them that we can properly support our stakeholders. And quite clearly, we also have here international partner organizations, not least Europeana, and related UN agencies. At least we had one at the first edition of the Global Policy Forum. Going forward then, monitoring of the activities under this strategic framework will be undertaken by a variety of mechanisms, including country reports on the implementation of the 2015 recommendation. What you need to know is that our member states are required to report every 4 years to the General Conference of UNESCO on how they've implemented the 2015 recommendation. So an event like this one could in fact influence that process, because we as the Secretariat of the Memory of the World Program are tasked with the responsibility of preparing a reporting template, a questionnaire that member states then use in order to collect data. So we can very easily, based on our discussions, inject a few perspectives, a few analytical categories, a few research categories, if you will, into that template, thereby influencing how member states gather data. And so DRR could potentially feature in that. And also the work of regional and national Memory of the World committees could be enhanced with perspectives from us here. And we envisage that outputs from all these processes will be fed back into the implementation of both our regular program activities. These are activities that are funded through member states' subventions, and subsequent phases of the ongoing project supported by Japan. We are moving into the second phase, and that second phase has different elements that touch on some of the issues that we are talking about here, including targeted digitization efforts in memory institutions, especially in Africa and seeds. So there you have it. This is our strategic framework, and the panels that have been developed are meant to respond to varying degrees to this particular strategic framework. So they'll be taking up the issues in some detail and getting some commentary from you, from those online through the chat. And so we'll be monitoring this carefully over the coming weeks, month even, and that is why for continued feedback, you're invited, of course, to send any email to our generic Memory of the World email address, and we'll be happy to find ways of incorporating your perspectives into the framework, which we'll place online, and we'll continue to update as new developments occur. Thank you, Sumi. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Banda. If we looked at point number 1 there that Mr. Banda introduced of the strategic framework, understanding disaster risk reduction as it pertains to the preservation of documentary heritage, that is going to guide our first panel discussion today, because the panel discussion is about knowing the risk, so indeed understanding it. It is about investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience. And this is something that was highlighted quite a bit yesterday, how current disasters have enhanced our understanding of risk management and prompted some of our memory institutions to invest more in disaster risk reduction and in resilience. And again, the resilience of these institutions can serve as best practices. And that is indeed what we're going to discuss. So I'd like to introduce our guests, our panelists for this first discussion, again on knowing the risk. So first is Ms. Claire Maguire. She's a Policy and Research Officer of Cultural Heritage at IFLA. That's the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. She will be presenting on the role of libraries that they have to play in times of disaster. Also next to Ms. Maguire is Ms. Jocelyn Deschaux. She's the president of the Blue Shield France. Welcome as well. She will tell us about the role of the French Blue Shield in the preservation of documentary heritage here in France. Seated just behind, but also very much a part of our panel discussion, is Mr. Papa Momar Diop. Just briefly to explain, we obviously have to be careful of social distancing regulations, which is why Mr. Diop is seated just behind, but of course is an active part of this panel. He is the Vice President of the Memory of the World International Advisory Committee, President of the Memory of the World African Regional Committee. And again, we heard the contribution from Mr. Diop yesterday. And at the end of the table, you'll see Ms. Rita Chunfu. She's the director of the National Archives Suriname. She's also a member of the IAC and MOW program. And she's going to tell us about how Suriname is developing emergency management and disaster preparedness plans. So we have a wide array of views and experience here on this panel. And I would, of course, like to introduce our facilitator for this panel discussion, who also spoke yesterday, if you were part of the program. Mr. Soichiro Yasukawa is the program specialist for the Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience program at the Section for Earth Sciences and Geohazard Risk. So, Mr. Yasukawa, I will hand over to you at this point.
Thank you, Sumi, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Excellencies and Excellencies and colleagues. Yes, my name is Soichiro Yasukawa. I'm going to be a moderator for the next 90 minutes of the session A, which is called Know the Risk, Understanding Disaster Risk Management and Investing in Disaster Risk Reduction for Resilience. So I believe that this is priority action 1 and 3 of the Sendai framework, yes, it's important that we understand the risk and make scenario and take actions. So understanding the risk is a crucial first step for the good disaster risk management. And as Faxon, our colleague, explained about the draft strategic framework, we would like to discuss how we can bring another elements or another points for this draft. So I would like to encourage the participants in Paris and also online to actively engage on this sessions, so please don't hesitate to write to us on the chat box or raise questions after the presentations. So we try to limit our presentation around in 1 hour so that we can take around 20-30 minutes for discussion, question, and answers. So without further ado, in order to save time, I would like to invite the first panelist, Claire Maguire. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you to the UNESCO Memory of the World Secretariat for organizing and inviting me to take part in this forum. Thank you to Mr. Faxon Banda for his introduction and outline of the strategic framework draft, and thank you to Soichiro Yasukawa for facilitating this panel discussion. Dear esteemed colleagues, I'm very happy to join you today for this second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum on the critical and timely topic of disaster risk reduction and management. My name is Claire Maguire. I am a Policy and Research Officer at the International Federation of Libraries, Associations, and Institutions, IFLA. In my intervention today, I will give some insight into how helping libraries understand and invest in disaster risk reduction contributes to sustainable preservation of documentary heritage, and how IFLA supports this effort, highlighting several initiatives. For a brief introduction, IFLA is the global voice of libraries. We represent over 1,400 members from 150 countries in all regions and work together with a large network of volunteers. We work both to help libraries around the world provide the best possible services to users and to advocate for the policies and laws that will facilitate this work. We are happy to work with UNESCO in many areas, including Memory of the World, on a shared objective that is so close to the heart of libraries, preserving and promoting access to the world's documentary cultural heritage in all its forms. Within our work, we recognize that libraries have an essential role to play in times of disaster. Sorry. In terms of safeguarding heritage to support recovery, and also in acting as community hubs, sharing resources, and even offering a through line for access to information and education during and after disaster. For instance, IFLA has found examples of libraries acting as community gathering spaces, providing essential services and support in the immediate aftermath of disasters, including hurricanes and wildfires. Beyond this, there's an important intersection to be recognized in disaster risk management between material held in institutions like libraries, community identity, and cultural rights, recalling yesterday's presentation on social memory. I point to an example from the 2020 report of the Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights, Ms. Karima Benoon, on cultural rights and climate change. This report details a visit to the island of Tuvalu, whose only library sits 20 meters from the shore and is threatened by sea level rise. The collection contains irreplaceable historical documents, as well as critical records for climate research. The librarian is determined to save this collection, as its loss would impact Tuvaluians, as well as the collective knowledge of humanity. According to the report, an official asks, if we are not here anymore, what will happen to our culture? In her address to IFLA's World Library and Information Congress 2021, Special Rapporteur Benoon stressed that libraries and archives may often act as cultural rights defenders, protecting cultural rights, such as the right to participate in cultural life, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancements. Enjoyment of these rights faces numerous threats, including climate change, and the Special Rapporteur identified that the single greatest this climate change as the single greatest threat to cultural rights. However, on a positive note, she stressed in her address that culture and cultural institutions like libraries have a core role in identifying, imagining, and constructing solutions. Taking steps to minimize risk to cultural institutions and their collections is therefore a critical step to fulfill this potential and enable participation in finding solutions to current and future threats. The impact of disaster on culture features in the Sendai framework, along with a shift in focus towards preparation, prevention, and mitigation. This framework mandates national governments work to understand the cultural heritage impacts of disasters and promote or support the protection of culture and collecting institutions. Libraries are among these institutions. The Sendai framework outlines the need for stakeholders to work together in all areas of risk reduction. This means that libraries should view their creation of their own disaster risk reduction plans as part of a larger effort to safeguard cultural heritage and build cultural resilience for their communities before, during, and after the event of a disaster. Given the framework's mandate to national governments, it also means they should be able to count on the necessary legal and financial support from governments and funders to implement meaningful risk management and response solutions. For any library professionals that may be involved in today's program, some steps that can be taken towards greater inclusion of libraries and their collections in national risk reduction plans include finding out if your country has a disaster risk strategy in line with the Sendai framework, checking if this strategy includes cultural heritage or the role of libraries. If not, gather evidence from your own experience and that of your colleagues, as well as the information provided in this forum, to help make a case for it to be included. And finally, connect to a network, such as your National Library Association, National Committee of the Blue Shield, or your National or Regional Memory of the World Committee. Working within networks is a great segue into the role of IFLA in helping to build capacity for libraries to prepare for and respond to disaster. IFLA's approach to disaster risk reduction focuses on sharing knowledge and building capacity across our global network, emphasizing preparation, prevention, and mitigation in line with the Sendai framework. IFLA provides tools to help libraries take primary steps towards disaster management. The IFLA Principles of Engagement in Library-Related Activities in Times of Conflict, Crisis, or Disaster is the highest level document that IFLA has produced related to disaster risk management. This document advises IFLA and its members on how to monitor areas at risk, advocate for, and raise awareness about disaster prevention. When disaster strikes, the principles guide recovery activities and advise members if and how to engage. IFLA's Preservation and Conservation, PAC, network has greatly extended our ability to help members prepare for and respond to disaster. The PAC Center Network created Disaster Preparedness and Planning, a brief manual, a practical guide to disaster preparedness for the global library field, which takes users through steps of the disaster planning process. These tools and others, such as the frequently asked questions on disaster assessment and reduction, can be downloaded from IFLA's website. Further, our PAC centers monitor potential risks in their regions, build networks with key contacts, and help IFLA connect our international partners to local stakeholders during response and recovery efforts. This has proven extremely beneficial, for example, in coordination of our response to the Beirut blast in 2020, as IFLA worked with our PAC Center hosted at Qatar National Library to support our members in Lebanon. Through our experience in responding to disasters, the critical need for information in early stages after disaster strikes has become apparent. This information includes the types of materials that may be particularly at risk, the location of libraries and memory institutions that may be affected, key contacts in those institutions, and information on steps that are already in place to help mitigate risk. After disaster strikes, it becomes increasingly difficult to gather this information that can inform possible interventions and recovery efforts. Therefore, this sort of information mapping is a crucial step in preparedness. IFLA's risk register helps us work to prevent the loss of documentary heritage and support libraries in the event of disaster. It can help us respond quickly when disaster strikes and be better informed in our engagement with the international community in facilitating a response. The IFLA Risk Register is not a public register. It is a confidential list of documentary heritage materials and collections that may be at risk from climate change, natural disaster, armed conflict, and beyond. We seek to use this tool to provide additional contribution to efforts to manage risk to documentary heritage materials. When necessary and with permission, IFLA could share this information on the register with partners such as UNESCO and Blue Shield International, of which IFLA is one of the 4 founding institutions alongside ICA, ICOM, and ICOMOS. Beyond information on the material or collection, the register collects key contact information for collection owners and national response agencies, details on legal matters such as copyright and administrative responsibility, identification of possible risks, and information on any disaster mitigation steps that have already been taken. In addition to the register itself, IFLA is building a toolkit of materials to help librarians and library professionals engage further in risk reduction by assessing and responding to risk. The 3 steps of the risk register toolkit include recognize, encouraging users to assess risk, register, taking users through the steps to make an application, and react, providing users with tools and guidelines produced by IFLA and others with steps that they can take now to mitigate risk. Looking ahead, we hope to continue expanding use of IFLA's risk register and invite partners such as those working in memory institutions at all levels to help connect potential collection holders with the register as a step to enhance preparedness efforts. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to present another initiative that IFLA has been involved with that very much aligns with the topic of sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. We acknowledge that the preservation of and access to documentary heritage in all forms includes digital heritage. The vast quantity and diversity of digital heritage, which is constantly increasing, presents a unique challenge concerning the selection of what digital material to preserve for the long term. The PERSIST project was established in 2013 following a UNESCO Memory of the World conference in Vancouver, Canada, that examines this issue. The project's content task force, consisting of members from UNESCO, the International Council on Archives, ICA, and IFLA, was created to develop guidelines to assist decision makers and practitioners make informed decisions about what digital resources should or must be kept for the long term. The first edition of the guidelines for the selection of digital heritage for long-term preservation was launched in 2016. However, we know that 5 years is a long time in the digital ecosystem, and it was felt necessary to bring the guidelines up to date. The PERSIST Content Task Force, under the Preservation Subcommittee of UNESCO Memory of the World, is now excited to debut the 2nd edition of these guidelines. Representatives from ICA, the International Council on Museums, ICOM, and IFLA, as well as other experts, developed the 2nd edition of these guidelines over the past year. Given the complexity of digital preservation, this new edition has been expanded to 2 parts, an impact of digital preservation on selection and a deeper look at collecting in the digital environment. The PERSIST Content Task Force acknowledges the vast array of digital material and the many different contexts in which selection decisions are made. This isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but rather a starting point. So I invite anyone interested to explore these new guidelines, which are now available on IFLA's website in English, Arabic, and Spanish, thanks to the generous support from UNESCO on translations. To tie this back to the topic of the forum, taking steps to safeguard heritage in digital form is also an aspect of preparedness to consider for sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. Memory institutions can elaborate selection policies for the long-term preservation as a meaningful step towards ensuring access to these materials of value to their communities now and in the future. I want to say thank you again to UNESCO Memory of the World for their support, and thank you to all members of the writing group, to ICA, ICOM, and all experts involved in this project. As a word of closing, IFLA's involvement in these initiatives with our partners, with our membership, and with our network of volunteers are all efforts to build capacity for librarians around the world to take steps to reduce and manage risk. Through this, we work to contribute to international efforts towards sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. We stand ready to contribute to the strategic framework, continue advocating for the role of documentary heritage and the memory institutions who safeguard it in strengthening the resilience of our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire, for your concrete actions by IFLA, such as register or toolkits and also the persist program. I think it's interesting, practices for further discuss. Okay, so let's go to the next panelist, Jocelyn. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, présents dans la salle et en ligne. Je suis donc Jocelyne Deschaux, présidente du Bouclier Bleu France, et je tiens à remercier l'UNESCO, Mémoire du Monde, le peuple du Japon et tous les organisateurs pour cette invitation du Bouclier Bleu France à ce forum sur les problématiques de la prévention des risques et des sinistres, qui est vraiment le fer de lance de l'action du Bouclier Bleu France. On le sait tous ici, le patrimoine culturel dans toute sa diversité, et en particulier le patrimoine documentaire, est une composante majeure de l'identité des peuples. Il est pour autant fragile et vulnérable si une catastrophe survient, qu'elle soit naturelle ou non. Pour éviter autant que possible les dommages, qui sont souvent irrémédiables, le patrimoine culturel doit être protégé en amont. Donc le Bouclier Bleu France a été fondé en 2001. Il s'appelait jusqu'en 2020 le Comité français du Bouclier Bleu, aujourd'hui Bouclier Bleu France. C'est une organisation non gouvernementale, aujourd'hui reconnue d'intérêt général, qui est le relais en France du Blue Shield International, créé en 1996 par les conseils internationaux des archives, l'ICA, des musées, l'ICOM, des monuments et des sites, l'ICOMOS, et des bibliothèques, l'IFLA. Ce sont les trop nombreuses destructions du patrimoine culturel qui ont eu lieu pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale qui sont à l'origine de la Convention de La Haye du 14 mai 1954 pour la protection du patrimoine culturel en cas de conflit armé. Le bouclier bleu est alors devenu un signe distinctif qui, apposé sur certains édifices, doit les protéger des destructions et des exactions militaires. Le bouclier bleu international a comme objectif 6 points principaux. Protéger le patrimoine des conséquences des conflits armés et des sinistres, promouvoir la ratification de la Convention de La Haye et de ses protocoles, faire émerger la prise en compte du patrimoine culturel dans les situations de crise, promouvoir et organiser des formations, promouvoir l'engagement des communautés dans la protection des biens culturels et encourager la coopération des acteurs de situations de crise. Le bouclier bleu s'est aujourd'hui recentré en France sur la protection du patrimoine culturel lors de sinistres et de catastrophes naturelles, puisque nous avons la chance de ne pas avoir de conflits armés sur nos territoires. Et le bouclier bleu France donc représente un corps d'experts capable de conseiller décideurs et professionnels en cas de catastrophe menaçant le patrimoine culturel. Son domaine d'intervention est donc vaste, les bibliothèques, les archives, les maisons d'écrivains, les musées d'art graphique pour ce qui est du patrimoine documentaire, mais aussi bien sûr les musées, monuments et sites, jardins remarquables, sites archéologiques, pour tout ce qui concerne le reste du patrimoine bâti, audiovisuel, muséal, etc. Le Bouclier Bleu France a réalisé récemment un recensement des sinistres survenus sur le patrimoine culturel en France depuis le début du XXe siècle. Si malheureusement un tel recensement ne peut pas prétendre être exhaustif, le nôtre a recueilli quelques 300 sinistres, il est pourtant particulièrement éclairant sur les risques qui menacent le patrimoine culturel matériel. Pour le patrimoine documentaire, le recensement fait état, si on prend la période depuis 1999 à aujourd'hui, de 38 sinistres s'étant produits sur des centres d'archives ou des bibliothèques patrimoniales. 17 relèvent d'intempéries et tout le reste de causes techniques ou anthropiques. Encore une fois, et malheureusement, le recensement n'est pas absolument exhaustif, nous en sommes conscients. Surtout aussi parce que les sinistres impactants du patrimoine documentaire restent encore largement tabous en France dans les établissements de conservation et donc ne sont pas communiqués. Si on prend la seule période de 2019-2020, nous avons recensé 72 sinistres de toutes sortes survenus sur du patrimoine culturel en France, soit un sinistre de tous les 10 jours pendant 2 ans, ce qui est absolument faramineux. Ils se sont produits dans toutes les régions de France avec une moyenne de 6 sinistres par région. Parmi ces 72 sinistres, on relève 51% d'incendies, dont 20% survenus pendant des travaux sur le bâtiment, 33% de sinistres dus à l'eau, dont 70% dus à des pluies abondantes ou à des tempêtes, donc dus au dérèglement climatique dont nous avons déjà beaucoup parlé. 30% de ces sinistres ont provoqué sur le patrimoine culturel des dommages de gravité 3 à 4 sur une échelle de 0 à 5. Ces chiffres confirment bien évidemment la nécessité de prendre cette problématique très au sérieux et je souligne ici l'importance de la tenue de ces journées pour la réduction des risques de sinistres et l'organisation de la préservation sur le long terme pour le patrimoine documentaire. Parmi les chiffres que je viens de vous donner, le patrimoine documentaire constitue une partie certes relativement restreinte, 7% des sinistres ayant impacté du patrimoine culturel ont endommagé du patrimoine documentaire, mais ces faibles chiffres s'expliquent aussi, je pense, par la difficulté de recensement de ce genre de sinistres dans ce type d'établissement où l'on déclare peu ces sinistres. Le patrimoine documentaire en particulier, on le sait tous ici, est particulièrement vulnérable. Qu'il soit conservé en centre d'archives, communal, départemental ou autre, ou en bibliothèque municipale et d'autres collectivités territoriales, universitaires ou autres, mais aussi en musée d'art graphique ou en établissement du type maison d'écrivain. Il est fragile à cause de ses composants essentiellement organiques et de sa réactivité aux conditions climatiques défavorables. Je vais passer assez rapidement sur la vulnérabilité du patrimoine documentaire qui est bien connu ici. Vous avez quelques exemples de sinistres survenus sur le patrimoine. Nous pouvons compter donc dans ces différents sinistres des incendies, des inondations, parfois dues à des tempêtes, mais aussi des risques anthropiques, des explosions ou des risques routiers. Je voudrais insister aussi c'est un peu difficile. Encore. Voilà. Je voudrais insister également sur les incidents du quotidien, comme des dégâts des eaux par rupture de canalisation, des ruptures de joints ou d'autres débordements d'évacuation bouchée, qui, s'ils ne sont pas traités rapidement et avec une réaction appropriée, peuvent être également générateurs de dégradations importantes, voire de destruction de collections patrimoniales. Un dégât des eaux sans réaction humaine ni assèchement dans les 48 heures, assorti d'une période de forte chaleur par exemple, peut suffire au développement de moisissures de manière très problématique. Et ces risques du quotidien arrivent très souvent dans l'ensemble des établissements de conservation patrimoniale. Quelles sont les mesures qui sont possibles face aux sinistres ? L'un des problèmes spécifiques au patrimoine documentaire est qu'il est souvent méconnu. Lors des inondations par crues importantes, par exemple, quand des villages sont touchés, très peu de personnes pensent aux archives communales qui sont souvent stockées dans des caves, par exemple. Personne ne pense à les stocker dans des locaux plus sécurisés du point de vue des sinistres, et ce, malgré l'action très importante des différents centres d'archives départementales répartis sur le territoire. Personne, peu de monde pense à les surélever en amont. Personne ne pense au moment où l'inondation se produit, au moment de la montée des eaux, à aller les évacuer parce qu'il y a évidemment beaucoup d'autres problèmes au même moment et des questions de vies humaines qui sont en cause. Donc bien évidemment, elles passent avant la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel. Pour les bibliothèques, ça n'est guère différent. Pour des pompiers, s'ils ne sont pas sensibilisés en amont, ils ne pensent pas forcément qu'en bibliothèque de lecture publique, il peut y avoir aussi du patrimoine documentaire. Et que de ce point de vue, les bibliothèques peuvent venir à l'égal de musées. Un pompier pense sans aucun problème à aller sauver les collections d'un musée, moins à aller sauver les collections d'une bibliothèque. De la même manière, les élus ne sont pas forcément toujours sensibilisés, de même que les spécialistes de la gestion des risques, dans les cas de figure les plus fréquents, qui ne se rendent pas compte que le patrimoine documentaire écrit est aussi important que le patrimoine bâti ou muséal, ou qu'il est en tout cas tout aussi vulnérable et fragile, même s'il est moins visible. Face au risque d'inondation d'origine naturelle, il existe des plans de prévention des risques d'inondation, appelés en France les PPRI. Si la majorité des communes en sont désormais pourvues, aucune prescription ou recommandation ne vise expressément les biens culturels et encore moins le patrimoine documentaire. Les communes se doivent également de rédiger des plans communaux de sauvegarde, des PCS, et leur pendant à destination des populations, le DICRIM, le document d'information communale sur les risques majeurs. Mais là encore, le patrimoine documentaire fait rarement l'objet de considérations et de protection ou de dispositifs spéciaux. Depuis 2007, l'Europe a adopté une directive obligeant chaque État membre à réduire les conséquences dommageables des inondations vis-à-vis de la santé humaine d'abord, puis des enjeux économiques, environnementaux et culturels. En France, une stratégie nationale de gestion des risques d'inondation, appelée SNGRI, a été adoptée en juillet 2014. Dans cette ligne, les collectivités s'organisent aujourd'hui dans le cadre de programmes d'action pour la prévention des inondations, ce qu'on appelle les PAPI. Ainsi, 122 territoires à risque important ont été retenus pour priorité les actions. Les plans communaux de sauvegarde permettent de centraliser l'ensemble des préconisations et de mettre en place une chaîne d'alerte dans l'objectif de prévenir les établissements à risque de l'imminence de la survenue d'un aléa. Il importe maintenant, et c'est l'un des axes de travail du bouclier Bleu France, que les biens patrimoniaux de toutes sortes soient intégrés dans ces plans d'action pour la prévention des inondations, notamment en faisant figurer dans les chaînes d'alerte, de manière tout à fait prioritaire, les responsables de collections patrimoniales et en mettant en place en amont des dispositifs de protection du patrimoine ou de réaction appropriée en cas de survenue d'une inondation, des lieux de repli, etc. Ces dispositifs, appelés plans de sauvegarde des biens culturels ou plans d'urgence, pourront également être mis en œuvre et appliqués en cas de tempête, de tremblement de terre et d'autres catastrophes d'origine naturelle. Une autre solution, bien sûr, c'est l'anticipation, ce fameux plan de sauvegarde des biens culturels ou plan d'urgence. Le bouclier bleu a rédigé un guide pratique, le plan d'urgence en 10 étapes. C'est l'une des solutions majeures à ces risques, donc, est de réduire les risques, c'est l'objet de la prévention, d'anticiper le sinistre, et d'autre part de tout préparer, c'est le cadre de la prévision, pour que la réaction soit la plus appropriée possible si le sinistre survient quand même, et de réduire les impacts affectant les collections. Cette prévision, intégrée au sein d'un plan de sauvegarde des biens culturels, sera organisée en amont en termes de matériel, les matériels nécessaires à l'intervention d'urgence, puis à celle de deuxième phase, de locaux, les locaux de repli, d'évacuation, de collection, identification et repérage des collections les plus précieuses ou les plus vulnérables à évacuer ou à protéger sur place, et de ressources humaines, identifier, équiper, former les équipes, leur donner des procédures, identifier une chaîne de commandement. La mise en place d'exercices réels annuels est également l'une des meilleures façons de former les équipes de manière tout à fait concrète aux bons gestes à prendre en urgence. Il est un autre moment important à anticiper qui a été mis en lumière avec le confinement généralisé en 2020, dont nous avons déjà parlé. C'est la question de la surveillance des collections pendant une absence prolongée des personnels des établissements de conservation. Le bouclier Bleu France a rédigé, et tout spécialement la section Île-de-France, a rédigé un guide pratique pour aider à assurer une veille sanitaire et de sécurité sur les collections. Là encore, anticiper, formaliser par écrit, donner les consignes en amont permettra d'éviter bien des risques et des dégradations pour les sites, pour les œuvres et les collections patrimoniales. Vous le voyez, le bouclier Bleu France développe son action dans 3 axes différents. Avant, pendant et après une catastrophe. La phase préventive est particulièrement privilégiée. Elle consiste à évaluer les risques et à sensibiliser les décideurs, les professionnels et le public aux menaces réelles, à améliorer la prévention des risques, à former les professionnels à intervenir lors d'une catastrophe. Et ensuite, pour éviter les surdégradations. L'incitation, la formation, l'aide à la rédaction pour l'élaboration de plans d'urgence ou plans de sauvegarde des biens culturels au sein des institutions patrimoniales sont ainsi tout à fait capitales. L'organisation d'exercices sur feu réel, régulièrement mis en place en collaboration avec de nombreux services départementaux d'incendie et de secours, les SDIS, permet également aux différents secteurs de s'entraîner à la meilleure réaction. Un film pédagogique réalisé, intitulé « À pied d'œuvre », réalisé en 2009 sur un exercice sur feu réel, est visible sur le site du Bouclier Bleu. La culture des risques et leur prévention doit être développée auprès des responsables d'établissements patrimoniaux, mais aussi auprès des autorités tant civiles, les élus des collectivités territoriales, que militaires et les sapeurs-pompiers. Pour cela, le Bouclier Bleu France propose des formations et des ateliers de sensibilisation. Plus encore, le Bouclier Bleu France encourage les maires à identifier dans leurs plans communaux de sauvegarde les éléments culturels qui constituent le patrimoine de la commune et à définir les dispositifs pour en assurer la sauvegarde en cas de sinistre. Quand une catastrophe survient impactant du patrimoine culturel, le Bouclier Bleu France peut également être contacté pour des conseils ou des interventions directes. La phase des retours d'expérience est également majeure pour capitaliser sur les enseignements d'une réaction au sinistre. Ainsi, le colloque Rebondir, patrimoine et résilience, organisé en janvier 2020 à Paris, a-t-il pu en témoigner. Le Bouclier Bleu France se démultiplie en sections locales. Actuellement, nous en comptons 6 par Pyrénées-Garonne, Méditerranée, par Île-de-France, Bassin du Rhône, Est, Atlantique et Tarn. Elles développent leurs activités par l'aide à la rédaction des plans d'urgence, la mutualisation locale en termes de matériel ou de ressources humaines, la formation ou l'organisation d'exercices sur feu ou inondations réelles. La force du Bouclier Bleu, c'est véritablement le multisectoriel, archives, bibliothèques, musées, monuments historiques, sites archéologiques, jardins remarquables, etc., ainsi que la diversité recherchée de ses membres en provenance du monde patrimonial, bien évidemment, mais aussi du monde du secours et celui de la gestion des risques. Sa force, c'est son réseau, et l'une des recommandations majeures pour préparer la gestion du risque est de travailler véritablement en réseau, localement d'abord, plus largement ensuite. Les adhésions individuelles et institutionnelles témoignent de la prise de conscience de plus en plus d'établissements ou collectivités locales pour ces problématiques. L'objectif à atteindre est que chaque établissement qui conserve du patrimoine ait rédigé son PSBC ou son plan d'urgence avant que le sinistre ne survienne. Les difficultés sont pourtant présentes. Pas trop de budget. Notre seul budget est les cotisations des membres. Nous n'avons aucune subvention de fonctionnement, ce qui fait que nous n'avons aucun poste de salarié à temps plein. Et nous sommes que 300 adhérents en France, ce qui fait que nous ne pouvons pas non plus répondre à toutes les sollicitations. Mais nous restons essentiellement dans le conseil, la formation et la production de ressources. Le travail à accomplir est immense, les enjeux sont très importants. Le Bouclier Bleu France tente d'ajouter sa pierre très modeste à l'édifice de la protection du patrimoine culturel. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Jesseline. Thank you very much for sharing with us your activities on guidelines, and also I like the drill with the firefighters so that the firefighters don't damage too much while they are doing their services. Okay, let's invite the next panelist, Mr. Papa Mona Diop. Thank you very much.
Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, chers collègues qui êtes en ligne et qui êtes ici présents à Paris, je voudrais ce matin vous faire la synthèse de l'atelier régional de renforcement des capacités sur la préservation du patrimoine documentaire pour les institutions de mémoire en Afrique, réduction et gestion des risques de catastrophes. Tenu à Saly c'est au Sénégal, du 15 au 17 juin 2021. Alors, mon exposé va s'articuler autour de 3 parties. D'abord, le retour d'expérience dans le domaine de la réduction et de la gestion des risques de catastrophes dans les différentes institutions documentaires africaines. Ensuite, en deuxième partie, une étude de cas sur le développement d'un plan de préparation et de réponse aux catastrophes. C'était en virtuel et c'est de la part de nos collègues japonais. Et enfin, je parlerai également d'une série d'exercices pratiques de réponse aux catastrophes sur le patrimoine documentaire. Et enfin, il y aura évidemment une conclusion à la fin. Alors, en introduction, je dirais que avec le soutien du fonds en dépôt du ministère japonais de l'Éducation, de la Culture et des Sports, des Sciences et de la Technologie, et à travers le programme Mémoire du Monde de l'UNESCO, l'UNESCO a organisé un atelier de développement de capacités sur la préservation du patrimoine documentaire pour les institutions de mémoire en Afrique, avec focus sur la réduction et la gestion des risques de catastrophes. Cette rencontre qui s'est tenue en ligne et sur site à Saly, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, au Sénégal, du 15 au 17 juin 2021, a vu la participation de directeurs ou de leurs représentants des archives nationales, des bibliothèques nationales, de comités nationaux Mémoire du Monde et de centres de recherche d'une vingtaine de pays, dont notamment le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, le Cameroun, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Cap-Vert, le Congo-Brazzaville, le Gabon, la RDC, la Gambie, la Guinée, Conakry, la Guinée-Bissau, le Kenya, le Mali, le Niger, le Nigeria, le Sénégal et le Zimbabwe. Cet atelier s'inscrit dans la perspective de développer des expertises en matière de gestion et de prévention des risques de catastrophes dans les institutions de la mémoire en Afrique et aussi de renforcer la résilience de celle-ci face aux risques impactant le patrimoine documentaire. Après une sobre cérémonie d'ouverture, l'atelier s'est déroulé de manière pratique en 3 phases. D'abord, le retour d'expérience dans le domaine de la réduction de la gestion des risques de catastrophes dans les différentes institutions documentaires. Ensuite, une étude de cas sur le développement d'un plan de préparation et de réponse aux catastrophes, qui était donc en virtuel, et des exercices pratiques de réponse aux catastrophes sur le patrimoine documentaire. Donc, j'aborde la première partie, le partage d'expériences dans les domaines de la réduction, de la gestion des risques de catastrophes dans les différentes institutions documentaires. Les différentes interventions ont tourné autour des points suivants. D'abord, les catastrophes et risques liés aux inondations, bâtiments vétustes et inadaptés, manque de formation, manque de financement, manque de confiance entre les familles détentrices de patrimoine documentaire, conflits armés, etc. Il y a eu également comme point la pressante nécessité pour les institutions de mémoire de développer leur propre plan et stratégie d'urgence. Ensuite, la nécessité de la préservation efficace à long terme du patrimoine documentaire face au risque de catastrophe. À titre d'exemple, les cas du Mali, où plusieurs manuscrits anciens ont été détruits par les djihadistes dans la ville de Tombouctou en 2012, et en République d'Afrique du Sud, où un incendie a détruit une bonne partie des archives et ouvrages de la bibliothèque de l'Université du Cap en avril 2021. Donc, ces cas ont été cités. Il y a eu également le problème évoqué des bâtiments de conservation pour déplorer généralement la non-observance des normes pour le choix des terrains, de leur voisinage avec des facteurs de risque pour le patrimoine documentaire ou leur construction dans des zones potentiellement inondables ou dangereuses. Un autre point également qui a été abordé a été celui des problèmes des magasins, quelquefois conçus hors normes et qui ne garantissent pas une préservation idoine, durable des collections par ce fait, donc, qui sont par ce fait exposés à des fluctuations de température et d'humidité relative, de polluants internes et externes. En deuxième lieu, en deuxième partie, donc, il y a eu donc, cette expérience dont je vous ai parlé de la National Jet Library NDL du Japon, donc, qui consistait en une étude de cas sur le développement d'un plan de préparation et de risque et de réponse aux catastrophes. C'était donc une présentation virtuelle faite par Madame Naoko Kobayashi, ancienne bibliothécaire principale de la National Date Library NDL du Japon. Et donc, cet exposé donc, s'était articulé autour de 5 parties, donc un aperçu et un résumé, de changement d'attitude face aux désastres dans la communauté des bibliothèques japonaises. 3. Étapes de préparation, essais et erreurs de la National Date Library NDL. 4. Élaboration d'un plan de catastrophe sur mesure pour la NDL. 5. La création d'un réseau national de gestion des risques de catastrophe pour le patrimoine culturel. Le plan national de catastrophe consiste en un programme de sauvetage des biens culturels préparé par l'Agence des affaires culturelles du 1er avril 2011 à mars 2013, avec la collaboration d'un comité de secours composé d'experts de 13 établissements. Le plan a favorisé la création d'un centre et d'un réseau nationaux japonais de gestion des risques de catastrophe. Les interventions des participants à l'issue donc de cet exposé ont fait ressortir que cette expérience japonaise est un véritable cas d'école pour une meilleure préparation à la gestion des catastrophes et le risque de survenue. En dernière partie, Madame Émile Léomos, experte consultante en gestion des archives et dossiers, nous a fait une série d'exercices pratiques de réponse aux catastrophes sur le patrimoine documentaire. Ces sessions ont porté sur les thématiques suivantes. Réponse aux catastrophes et récupération, première partie, et ça a continué dans une deuxième partie. En troisième position, il y a eu donc des exercices sur papier humide et de photographie. Comment connaître son environnement, exercice d'évaluation des risques et boîte à outils par BK, révision du matériel pré-atelier. Il y a eu également un scénario de catastrophe, une simulation de scénario de catastrophe, réunion d'équipe et planification de priorités et fourniture de sauvetage. Rédaction d'un plan de catastrophe, coordination en cas de catastrophe, collaboration entre les institutions de patrimoine culturel et documentaire. Élaborer un plan, les participants ont eu le temps d'élaborer les grandes lignes de leur propre plan de gestion de catastrophes. Préparation également de plans, les participants ont sélectionné, présentent leur plan le projet de plan cadre de gestion des catastrophes. Et ensuite, il y a eu une récapitulation, évaluation du cours et commentaires des participants. Une évaluation a été faite à la fin de cet atelier de 3 jours. Les résultats de cet exercice ont été positifs. En effet, il est ressorti que la rencontre a répondu aux attentes des participants qui ont apprécié le matériel pédagogique et la pertinence du cours, l'approche pédagogique des participative adoptée et la qualité des présentations PowerPoint. Pour terminer, en guise de conclusion, axé sur les recommandations de l'atelier, en tirant les leçons des expériences partagées, les participants ont procédé à une série de recommandations pour un meilleur accompagnement des institutions de mémoire en Afrique. Les recommandations sont faites d'abord à l'endroit des gouvernements africains. Le financement de projets d'investissement pour la construction de bâtiments adaptés pour une conservation et une gestion optimale et durable du patrimoine documentaire. Intégrer la problématique de la gestion des catastrophes et des risques du patrimoine des institutions documentaires dans les plans nationaux de lutte contre les catastrophes. Encourager la formation de professionnels en charge du patrimoine documentaire, des douanes, de la défense nationale dans la prévention et la lutte contre les catastrophes et les risques. À l'endroit de l'UNESCO, de l'ICA, le Conseil international des archives, de l'IFLA et de l'ICOM, mettre à contribution le Centre de préservation et de conservation pour l'Afrique francophone de l'IFLA, abrité par le CERDOTOLA à Yaoundé, pour la préservation des patrimoines documentaires africains. Accompagner les États membres à mettre en place des comités nationaux mémoire du monde et du bouclier bleu en renforçant ceux qui existent en même temps qu'Arcmove. Susciter des réseaux sous-régionaux mettant en interaction les bibliothèques, archives et musées. Là, donc, nous avons la chance d'avoir en ligne le président de l'ICA. Nous avons également ici pour l'IFLA, Madame McGuire, et aussi certainement l'ICOM et SUI. Donc, je voudrais vraiment demander à ces dames et ces messieurs d'être nos porte-parole auprès de l'ICA, de l'IFLA et de l'ICOM, vraiment pour soutenir, pour nous appuyer pour la mise en œuvre de ces recommandations. Pour terminer, nous voudrions lancer ce plaidoyer en nous adressant à leurs excellences, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs délégués permanents africains auprès de l'UNESCO ou de leurs représentants. Là, je vois le représentant du Sénégal. Bonjour, Monsieur Conté. Nous prions donc, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs, de bien vouloir être nos porte-parole auprès de nos gouvernants pour que ces recommandations qui visent à assurer à nos institutions documentaires une sécurité et une préservation durable soient accueillis avec bienveillance dans nos États respectifs. Car on ne peut parler ni de bonne gouvernance, ni d'historiographie véritablement objective, ni de planification pertinente pour un développement durable dans un pays sans archives, sans organisation d'une manière générale du patrimoine documentaire. Donc, sans mémoire. Un pays où les institutions de mémoire sont ravalées au rang de parents pauvres. Par ricochet, l'application de ces conclusions contribuera grandement à la mise en œuvre en Afrique de la recommandation de l'UNESCO de 2015 concernant le patrimoine documentaire, y compris le patrimoine numérique. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Papa, and thank you very much for sharing with us the workshop, which includes 27 countries in Africa. I think we would like to know more. But let's go to the next panelist, Lita Jiang Fo. And actually, I received a message from the organizer that we need to close by 11:10. So and we also want to do some question and answer. So if you could, keep time in 10, 11, 12 minutes, it would be great. Thank you.
So good morning, colleagues who are online all over the world and here in the room at the UNESCO headquarters. My name is Rita Chinfu. I'm the director of the National Archives of Suriname, also member of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World. I'm also the member of CARBICA and co-chair of the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network. My presentation for today is about developing an emergency preparedness and disaster management plan for heritage institutions in Suriname. Before I start with my intervention, I take this opportunity to thank Faxon Banda and his team, as well as the Japanese Funds and Trusts, for giving me the opportunity to take part in the second Global Policy Forum. So the drawing you see on my first slide is from Pierre-Jacques Benoit. He was born in the 18th century, and during his visit to Suriname, he made hundreds of drawings of the daily life. And the drawing is titled Sibi Busi. That's the lingua franca in Suriname, the Sranang Tongo. And it's literally translated as bushes who are swept away. This is to show you that hurricanes, tornadoes, and other natural disasters are not a new phenomenon. The difference between now and then is that the effects of climate change are now very disastrous, and that we need and we must take action now. Culture cannot wait. So I will go fast over the facts of Suriname. Looking at Suriname's population, we are a relatively small country located on the north of South America. But at the same time, we have a rich history because of the history of our people. Our people were recruited from Africa as enslaved people, also from Asia as endangered people, from India, Indonesia, China, Madeira, and so on. We have the most diverse population in South America and the Caribbean, and about 87% of the population live in the low-lying coastal area, which make us vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Allow me to address the work of the National Archives of Suriname in short. Although we are small, we have in the International Memory of the World, the International Register, inscribed 3 documentary heritage, and also in the Molac Regional Register, we have inscribed 2 documentary heritage. Furthermore, the inner city, Furthermore, we see that also National Archives invested in our young professionals. The first picture is about the young professionals doing an inspection in the district of Nikeri. You see how the archives are kept in shed and spread all over the floor. That was in the early days when I began as an archivist in Suriname. It was really one of the bad experiences I had as an archivist. And this was a lesson learned how we not should keep the archives. Furthermore, the second picture is about the restoration room in our archive building. In 2010, we inaugurated our new building with the support of the Dutch government. And we have a very modern restoration room. Staff are very trained. Our research room, where our youngster students and researchers also do their research in our building. With regards to the national awareness in Suriname about the importance of disaster management, how did that start actually? The effects of climate change in the Caribbean region, for instance, the hurricane in Irma, Maria, Jose, the earthquake in Haiti. In Suriname, we were confronted by the Sibibusis, the floodings of cities and villages in the district was really a wake-up call for us in Suriname. Although our disasters are not to be compared with disasters in the Middle East and Africa, for us, this was important enough to be aware and that we have to do something. The turning point was the conference of the Caribbean branch of the International Council on Archives that was held in Suriname in 2019. And the theme was Archives at Risk, Preserving Caribbean Heritage. A special roundtable was dedicated to national and international emergency response. And we even invited Ms. Aparna Tandon from ICROM to address the issues we had in Suriname, but also all over the world. Furthermore, we invited the director of the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management in Suriname. So in September 2019, again, I reached out to the documentary heritage stakeholder in Suriname because during the conference in March 2019, they expressed the need to have a disaster management plan in Suriname, and they asked the National Archives to coordinate this training. So when I reached out in September 2019, again, they emphasized the need of this disaster training, and they requested that the National Archives should take the leadership role in this. You see the picture of the stakeholders over there. We reached out to Dr. Emily Lumas, and I noticed that Emily also went to Senegal for the training. And she facilitated the training in Suriname in February 24 till 28. The training was very practical and hands-on. Participants were able to identify threats to their collection and buildings, visited heritage institutions, took part in discussion, and 42 attendees from heritage institution, the Red Cross, the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management, Fire Department participated in the training. And by the end of the workshop, participants gained knowledge in disaster planning, identifying threats, prioritizing collection, and so on. Last year, we met once, but due to the pandemic, lockdown, and limited opening of institutions, we were not able to finalize our disaster management plan. In our planning, or my plan is to begin the session again before the end of 2021, and next year to have the plans ready by 2022. These are some pictures of the training. What were the outcome of this training? we raise media awareness. Awareness is very important regarding emergency preparedness and disaster management for the preservation of documentary heritage. We have to be aware that the media is also an important stakeholder in our activities, because they have to communicate the information to the environment and also to the community. Also, very important, and I emphasize this because our colleague from the Blue Shield, and yesterday I noticed also Aparna mentioned this, representative from the fire department mentioned that the workshop provided them with new insights. They were now aware of the importance of culture. One of the firefighters mentioned, and I quote, "Normally, when a disaster occurs, our modus operandi is to go into a building with full force without care of the collection." It was an eye-opener to look from another perspective, that of the custodian. As a firefighter, I am now aware of the rare, unique, and irreplaceable value of the collection. And my concern now is to disseminate this knowledge to my colleagues. And the workshop provided me with the knowledge and awareness to protect the collection when entering a heritage institution, to extinguish a fire or prevent a calamity, unquote. And the presence of the fire department and the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management proved to be very important, helpful, and very useful. During the workshop, participants benefited from the knowledge because the first responders shared their experiences with them and also draw attention to certain possible risks and hazards. And again, participants agreed that building relationship and reaching out to first responders was very important. Okay, looking at the time, I will go further with my slide, the interdisciplinary approach. Participants were representatives from various heritage institutions, not only the documentary heritage institution, but the built heritage, monument sites, grassroots organization, the herbarium, the National Zoological Collection were also included in this training. And I refer again, we are a very small country and we have to use the resources very effectively and efficiently. So the training was also endorsed by the National UNESCO Commission in Suriname, the Director of Culture, and the Ministry of Home Affairs. And at an early stage, we reached out to the National Coordination Center, the Fire Department, also to assist us with the disaster management plan. So this is a picture of Mr. Jerry, or Colonel Jerry Sleinhardt from the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management. And although he mentioned that NCCR is responsible to safeguard and manage the disaster management in Suriname, he also mentioned that cultural heritage is not included yet in the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management. So what are the core responsibilities of the NCCR? And I will not read the whole responsibility, but in red, that's very important to us, is to stimulate and facilitate responsible partners in the development of emergency plan in order to preserve national, cultural, and heritage infrastructure. And Colonel Jerry Sleinhardt was very ashamed to acknowledge that until recently, he didn't address this issue enough. And that's an important point to share with you. As heritage institution, we have to go out from our comfort zone and reach out to the National Coordination Center for Disaster Management. But because he acknowledged before the training that without my communication with him, he wouldn't reach out to us himself. So what's the management structure of the NCCR? So this is the whole structure, and you see that culture heritage is not included yet. So in the coming months, we will include this in the structure. And on regional level, this is from the SEDEMA Emergency Agency. The Caribbean is divided in 4 sub-regions. And what the chair or the director of SEDEMA also communicated with us was that all the countries, island, and the sub-region has to start the alliances with the sub-region, and then culture can be added to SEDEMA structure. These are the steps that we still have to take. We have to go to the interior, start the drill, and also one important thing as a takeaway was that the Surinamese Heritage Institution launched the Suriname Heritage Network to exchange experiences, ideas, solutions, and so on. Conclusion. So collaboration and networking on national and regional level with heritage institutions, first responders, local communities are very important, and also government institutions to reach specific objectives with regards to preservation and access of documentary heritage. And it's imperative to identify strong national institutions, regional networks, organizations to spearhead all these initiatives. Because we notice ICROM, IFLA, ICA, the UNESCO, they are all organizing workshop training, but as Mr. Faxenbanda said, there must be a government structure. The governance has to be taken care of. So thank you, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
Thank you very much, Rita, and thank you very much for your reflection. And I think it's encouraging to learn that in Suriname, I think documentary heritage DRR could be incorporated into the national framework on disaster risk reduction. And I think we need to close this session by 11:10 according to the organizers. So I would like to open the floor for any questions you have. Maybe we pick up 1 or 2 for the panelists. So if you have any comments or questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand or put it on the chat box, etc. Yes, please.
Hello. Me gustaría preguntar, lo haré en español, ¿qué hacen los países o cómo orientar a los países que no tienen la articulación institucional como lo tiene Blue Shield en Francia? Esa sería una pregunta, porque o mientras fortalecen una solidez institucional para combatir los desastres y prevenirlos, o cuando quieren ya inscribirse en Blue Shield y crear Blue Shield, por ejemplo, ¿cómo orientarlos a que se fortalezcan? Esa sería una. Otra sería cómo dar confianza a los Estados miembros o instituciones de la memoria para registrar sus colecciones en riesgo, compartir información, etcétera. Es decir, esto en relación a lo que decía Claire, de por qué se hizo confidencial algunos datos que se recaban, y eso es importante porque hay muchas iniciativas últimamente en los archivos de encuestar y obtener datos para fines específicos, y sí hay que cuidar algunos datos importantes, muchas veces son sensibles hasta por las razones por las que hubo un desastre, y a lo mejor hay una parte legal que está en averiguación, no sé, pero cómo vemos esta parte de lo confidencial, creo que es importante también que ellos tengan confianza al dar la información y cómo preservarla nosotros que la recabamos, ¿no? Finalmente, sí, sería todo.
Thank you very much. I think one of the first questions, I think it could be for Blue Seas or IFLA and please. Or, yes, okay, please.
I would be happy to speak to that, and if any of my other colleagues would like to too, I'll keep it very brief. Just on your first point, I think you've touched on a very critical aspect of capacity building, in that we need to acknowledge that we need to meet different people and institutions where they are and make sure that there isn't a barrier to taking any steps towards disaster risk reduction, a barrier in believing that it's too high of a standard and that can't be met. So any approaches that we take need to be adapted to the various levels of capacity, and we need to find ways that we can recommend steps that can be taken in institutions at various levels of capacity, that even if it can't be even if disaster management can't be to an international standard, steps can be taken. To your second point, I can speak to IFLA's risk register. It's a developing project, and we are still working on awareness raising or building trust, as you say, but the idea behind it being a confidential register is exactly as you say, that some of this information might be very confidential, and people might be, or collections owners might be afraid that to have that information out. So our register isn't for awareness raising purposes or advocating purposes. It's for it is confidential, as you point out. So I think it acts as a complement to other registers, such as the Memory of the World's registers, which function in more of an advocacy capacity. So from my perspective, that was just points I had on those questions, and I'm happy to hand back over to you.
Au sujet de la création de comités nationaux du bouclier bleu, c'est du ressort vraiment des personnes de chaque pays. Il faut constituer un petit noyau de personnes motivées pour travailler sur le sujet, et ensuite voir avec le Blue Shield International pour se faire authentifier la création du bouclier bleu national. Mais plusieurs comités nationaux sont actuellement en cours de création, et de plus en plus de par le monde, et c'est quelque chose qui n'est pas si compliqué que ça. Il suffit, entre guillemets, d'avoir quelques personnes référentes qui prennent le dossier en charge, et d'avoir quelques institutions sur lesquelles elles puissent se reposer.
Okay,
Comme réponse à la deuxième question de Yolia, je dirais que c'est vrai que il y a dans nos archives, bibliothèques, dans nos centres de conservation des documents, nous avons beaucoup de documents effectivement qui sont très sensibles et qui peuvent porter atteinte, dont la divulgation peut porter atteinte à la sécurité de l'État, ou bien alors à la vie privée de personnes, de citoyens. Donc je pense qu'il est bon à ce propos d'établir ce qu'on appelle les lois d'archives, qui déterminent donc les modalités d'accès au patrimoine. Je peux vous donner le cas du Sénégal. Nous avons une loi d'archives qui détermine les conditions d'accès aux documents dits sensibles. Et il y a ce qu'on appelle les délais de communicabilité, donc qui s'étendent, qui ont des durées plus ou moins longues selon la sensibilité de l'élément à communiquer. Notamment donc tout ce qui a trait à la santé des individus, à la défense nationale, etc. Donc il y a des délais de communicabilité. Il y a également, surtout avec la période récente, avec l'explosion des réseaux sociaux, et donc ce qu'on appelle les données sensibles confidentielles, et aussi donc tout ce qui porte sur la vie privée des personnes. Donc il y a, je vous donne toujours le cas du Sénégal, nous avons un observatoire donc, à cet effet donc, qui régule l'accès à ce genre d'informations. Donc il y a, voilà tout ce que je pouvais moi partager avec vous. Merci.
Thank you very much, Papa, for taking the second question, and I think I hand over to Sumi. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Yasukawa, for the expert facilitating of this panel, and to all of the panelists for your contribution. If we could get just a brief round of applause for this panel. We are a little bit over time. I just want to mention that one of the big points that we heard in all of these presentations is the power of networks, of how regional, local, national, and global institutions can work together. And we're going to pick up on that point just after we come back from our break. So please do enjoy a brief break, and just about half past, so it's around 15 minutes from now, we'll come back with our second panel. And we enjoyed that engagement just now, so please continue bringing your questions to the fore and your comments as well. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have a little echo. I'll just wait for that to be great. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We are ready to start with our second panel discussion. And I just want to extend my thanks again to all of you who are joining us on our stream in our Zoom webinar for your active participation, your following of all of the presentations, your comments. They are being actively watched and observed here, and we are thankful for those. And I would say something that we've seen actively in the chat is a discussion about how to share resources, how to work together. And that's precisely what we want to discuss in this second panel discussion of the day. It is about the power of networks, strengthening risk governance through networking. And I would like to bring in our expert facilitator who will take us through and tell us a bit more about what to expect from this panel and take us through the panel as well. You will remember Mr. Lothar Jordan as well from yesterday in his presentation from the Vice Chair of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World Program and the Chair of SCEAR Education and Research Subcommittee. So Mr. Jordan, I hand the podium over to you.
Thank you, Sumi. Hello. I'll take off the mask, sorry. It starts to get a tradition we want to get rid of as soon as possible. Now, hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Sumi has given an introduction into the task of this panel, and I just want to make some more remarks. This panel follows the questions by Faxon Banda this morning to help developing a action framework, a strategy for disaster risk reduction and memory of the world. And it follows the Sendai framework, priority 2, strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk. For that purpose, the Sendai framework asks, among other things, for collaboration and partnership across mechanisms and institutions. So when we ask for collaboration and partnership, networking is a part of the answer. It is an important form of collaboration and partnership. So this panel brings together at least two questions of the Sendai framework, just to cite item 28, B and E. First, Sendai framework says to foster collaboration across global and regional mechanisms and institutions for the implementation and coherence of instruments and tools relevant to disaster risk reduction. And secondly, to promote mutual learning and exchange of good practices. And that is one thing that we will try to do in this panel, namely to promote mutual learning and exchange of good practices and information. The order of the presentations of this panel goes from the global to the local, all in all. This order is in no way a hierarchy. Starting with the global level does not mean that it is more important. Nearly the contrary would be true. It is mainly the sub-regional and the local level where the disasters were dangerous and will be dangerous and devastating for people and for memory institutions. They have or would have the concrete experience of disasters. And it is the local memory institutions and the local people that have to be enabled to tackle disasters and to cope with their impacts. The five presenters of panel B are Mr. Max Skrivanek, Mr. Jamie Knight, and myself. The three of us are present here in Paris. And Mr. Daisuke Sato and Mr. Sultan Ali will give their presentation online. We will hear the presentations first, then we will have questions and answer. And now let us start, and let me begin myself with a presentation on behalf of the Memory Subcommittee on Education and Research that I share. Okay, I'm the chair of the Subcommittee on Education and Research, and that is a subcommittee of the International Advisory Committee, for those of you which are not present here and are not so experienced. Now this is, first slide has nothing to do with disaster. I hope for the next centuries, it's just an homage or greeting to the people of Japan and to the Japanese members of the organizing team. It shows a monument in my hometown where I live since 4 years, Cottbus, 100 kilometers southeast of Berlin. where in 1906 this Japanese pavilion, Japanese tea house was built. The photo is an old document a little bit later than 06 from the city archive. And you can ask yourself, why did they build such a tea house? The experts in Germany say it's rather rare, such a Japanese monument in northern Germany. And why did they do this? Probably because there was a big World Fairy Exposition Universelle in Paris in 1900, and there was a much bigger Japanese pavilion, but in the same way architectural, and probably the people from this provincial German town did see it and liked it very much, and such made a kind of smaller variant of it. Now this is very important for me as a person, because it's 80 meters from where I live. I pass by nearly every day on my way to city center or to a train station. You can see even you see the trunk on the tree in the background. There's a trunk. If you go up that trunk, behind the trees on the left, up there is a house lurking through on the left. And that's where we live, exactly on the top of the house. And in winter, when the leaves have fallen down, we can see this Japanese tea house very well, so close. And I take this as a sign when in 1900, such an event in Paris had such an impact, even in a German provincial town. This event here in Paris in 2021 may have an impact on provinces all over the world. Okay, this presentation introduces very short some activities and plans and proposals of the Subcommittee on Education and Research concerning networking for disaster risk reduction, always related to documentary heritage. Please, thank you. First, we have the subcommittee has 5 members and no budget, so we really need the expertise of many other people, and we have a network of 70 of cooperating institutions and corresponding members. And present here at the moment are Ms. Julia Totolero Cervantes and Mr. Jonas Palm. And I thought Mr. Akira Matsuda would be here, but he was here online yesterday. This network could be strengthened by experts and institutions that work on disaster risk reduction here in the House or in other parts of the world. We think of, not of students, but of professionals who have some experience on the field. But write me an email if you are interested in such a cooperation. Oh, no, sorry, back one, yeah. Now, next point is that we network by publications. That's very important. So we could publish together with Akira Matsuda and the Faxon Bender and Kenji Tamura 2 special issues of our newsletter. Can show them here. The only printed copies, 1 brochure and 1 catalog. I think that can be helpful for all of you that are interested in with all of you, I mean really all people in the world. If you want to have these newsletters, together nearly 200 pages, send an email to the Most Secretariat or to me, and you will get an electronic version, because quite a number of presentations from this forum, second forum, have a pre-version published already in these books, and that could be a help for your work if you want to continue. Okay, thank you. Yes. Then we have a regular newsletter, and that can include articles on disaster risk reduction. The next item in December will have an article by Rosalind Russell, our colleague in the committee, and chair of the Australian National Committee for Memory of the World. She writes a nice article on documenting disasters and records of disasters in the UNESCO Memory World Register. And that could be a good start, a platform to work on that. How can it be used? How can these, quite a number of records on disaster in the International Register and perhaps probably in the other registers as well, how can they be used for education and research? And that would be up to all of you that can see and hear us, what you do with this article by Rosalind Russell. Other publications, it's okay. Other publications, for example, books could be possible too, and I mean, this is a simple sentence, I mean, we should think about real publication strategy for disaster risk reduction in memory of the world, documented heritage. See, was it already there? Quite a number. What could be used as a model, and what has to be done? What kind of publications do we need? And that would be really something that could give some work for the future, but it could be very helpful. Okay, next point, it could be, we have a number of memory of the world knowledge centers around the world. This one was created in Macau, 2016, 16. And future 7 so far, quite a number in China, but in other countries like Cote d'Ivoire and Mexico too, and South Korea. So if we create further memorial knowledge centers, could they have as one task disaster risk reduction? They could. We can discuss that. Now, we have quite a number of working groups. We have a working group Africa. My colleague Papa Diop has reported on that yesterday. So this is in a good way, good work. And I think we will have a success within the next 2 years for publication, I hope. We propose to explore the possibilities of creating a working group disaster risk reduction, preferably in a joint working group with a preservation subcommittee. We discussed this with Jonas Palm and with the chair of that, Ms. Lai TV from Singapore. She was open, and we had some cooperation already together. And we propose to consider the creation of a working group medical documents. Could be on the main line of the program, speaking about old medical documents, very old, ancient, or could be very modern one concerning the pandemics. Papa Faxen-Banda already gave an insight into the activities of UNESCO concerning fighting the pandemics, archiving the pandemics, together with ICA, IFLA, ICOM, and others. But we could do one step further. Archiving the pandemics is one important thing. Fighting the pandemics could be something more proactive. And I could imagine that we have to bring together researchers of medicine, of biology, and so on, and historians of medicine and representatives of memory institutions to see what do the researchers really need from the memory institutions. It would be a completely different new step, a proactive way. I think it could be something very new, and that would show to the world once again how important the program can be to the world. Now, a short summary. Network of cooperating institutions, corresponding manuals could be enlarged. We could strengthen the aspect of publications on disaster risk reduction, always together with partners. Future memory or knowledge centers may consider the task of disaster risk reductions. On the working groups could be an important tool for that. Well, that's it for me. If you have interest in cooperating with us, wherever you are, send me an email. You find my email address on the bottom of the slide. Thank you for that. And concerning the next step will be in this panel will be the presentation by Mr. Max Krivanek. He is now a historian and archivist. He is the current National Archivist of Curaçao and Vice President of the Caribbean branch of the International Council on Archives, which is in short CABICA. Max, please take the floor.
Bon dia, Minister. Thank you, Lothar. Thank you for moderating. Bon dia, Minister. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you, Mr. Faxen-Banda, for organizing, and his team organizing these sessions, and thank you, Ministry of Japan, for helping organizing these sessions. Good morning, bonjour, konnichiwa. The Caribbean region is notorious. Caribbean region is notorious for its natural hazards. We have hurricanes, volcanoes, and earthquakes. We have all of them this year. To begin with the St. Vincent volcano eruption in April, the Haiti earthquake on 7.2 on the Richter scale in August this year, and Hurricane Ida in New Orleans, category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale in August 29. This region is particularly vulnerable due to its archipelago character. It's stretched. It has different jurisdictions, different languages, cultural backgrounds, historical, formal and informal links with foreign nations. Connecting the region is extremely valuable for a sense of common Caribbean identity. Protecting its heritage is therefore an existential phenomenon. On top of its vulnerability comes the fact that often concerns small micro-states. The entire national infrastructure can be wiped out when an island fits in the eye of a storm. So, creating a Caribbean network. The initiative started in 2018. 2018 was the year after the year after the hurricane season 2017, which was a very active Atlantic hurricane season. It showed, I skipped this due to time issues. The hurricane season 2017 was very active with 2 category 5 hurricanes. As you can see, the tracks of Hurricane Irma particularly hit the islands of St. Martin and the BVI, the British Virgin Islands. 2 weeks later, it was a category 5 Hurricane Maria, also hit it was a bit south of the Irma track, and it was a full hit to the islands of Dominica and Puerto Rico. Hurricane Irma with St. Martin in the eye of the storm. This is a category 5, which means it's a 252 kilometers per hour wind scale. So, where the first hurricane blew away a lot of roofs, the second left an abundant amount of rain in the unprotected buildings, leaving the documentary heritage unprotected and ideal circumstances for mold growth in the documentary heritage on these islands. An example is this on the BVI, the British Virgin Islands, temporary storage completely ruined by Hurricane Maria. Carbica took the initiative together with a lot of partners, and among others UNESCO, SEDIMA, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, ICA, etc., to initiate a Caribbean network to better protect documentary heritage. But I must say, it's not exclusively documentary heritage, it's also other forms of heritage that we try to protect. I will focus in this example, in this presentation, on the lessons learned, and I will follow up with the preparedness and response of our network to real threats in the Caribbean. Lessons learned. I will also follow up on the lessons learned in New Orleans, because 2018, New Orleans saw the Alliance for Response in New Orleans take into action. The lessons learned, alliances take time, but it's better said, alliances are work in progress. It never ends. It's always, you always need to focus on strengthening your institutional capacity and your personal human training and capacities. Lessons learned must not be lessons lost is an echo of yesterday's excellent presentation of Mr. Akira Matsuda, who said you have to store, document your disasters to enable to remember past disasters, access data to the disasters, and a disaster is never unprecedented. There's always a previous precedent. As you know, in the instance of New Orleans, just 3 weeks ago, it was hit by Hurricane Ida, a Category 4 hurricane, at exact the same day as Hurricane Katrina hit the city in 2005. The city is located on the worst possible landfall for a hurricane because it's situated at the delta of the Mississippi River. So as the hurricane pushes the seawater a few meters up, higher than normal, the Mississippi River doesn't have anything to go to. The water will breach the levees or overflow the levees, with a result of a complete flooded city. Between Katrina and Ida, the levee system was improved, and here you see a picture of this improvement, and this is a good example of Build Back Better. So after Katrina, the city was flooded, but this picture that you see here could also be a picture of 1965. The city was flooded in 1965 as well. So what happened to the documentary heritage? I give you two examples. The city's historical archives were stored in the flooded area of New Orleans. And as you can see in this picture, the archives were kept in the basement. So to everyone's surprise, these records were not flooded. They were kept dry, they were kept in good condition. And how came this about? Like I said, in the 1960s, there was a Hurricane Betsy, and the lessons learned from that hurricane was to build a repository that could withstand a flooding. So due to architectural design, the historical archives in 2005 were kept safe. But the archivists were already in negotiation with the municipality to get these archives moved to another building due to capacity problems. And thank God that did not came about, because the new building was not designed to withstand a flooding. Another example is the archives of the Archdiocese in New Orleans. They were stretched over a larger area, not one repository, and they were flooded. And the restoring of these archives was a meticulous process done by Emily Loomis, who was archivist of the Archdiocese archives, and she is now one of ICA's experts on disaster preparedness, and she is advisor of our network. So after Katrina, the NOLA, this is the New Orleans, Louisiana area, established a so-called AFR, an Alliance for Response. AFRs are common phenomenon in the United States. They work together to protect against natural disasters across the entire risk spectrum. So in 2018, I had the opportunity to be present at the launch of the AFR, the Alliance for Response at New Orleans, and which would serve as a model for our own Caribbean network. So it's important to say that only in 2018 this came about, and that's just 13 years after the big disaster, 2005. So alliances take time. Alliances are work in progress. That's what I like. That's my message for this presentation. Even in the United States, where lots of means are available. As a member of this, this is Emily Loomis, picture of Emily Loomis taking a workshop in St. Martin in 2018. Sorry. So we held a START conference in St. Martin 2018 with Emily Loomis doing workshops to our Caribbean people. Next slide is one of the outcomes, sorry. One of the outcomes, yes. One of the outcomes of this workshop was a preparedness workbook. So a year before Carbica had asked ICA to redirect funding from its archives at risk program to establish a first aid recovery fund that would assist those regional repositories directly affected by Irma and Maria. With these funds, a fact-finding mission was organized by, by our paper restorer from the National Archives of Curaçao. So this is our paper restorer. This is Miss Valerie Martens-Monnier. And she did a damage and risk assessment and fact-finding mission on these islands. This created a lot of goodwill and created a need for permanent cooperation and deploying experts from island to island. Yes. So, the CHEN network, CHEN stands for the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network. It is a network. So it exists as a D-base with experts who have volunteered to do preparedness, recovery, and response missions in the Caribbean region, and communications is essential. After the devastating hurricanes, we just tried by trial and error to communicate with the islands affected, and our experience is that the internet is the most reliable way of communicating if a disaster was struck. We noticed that some of our persons on the islands were posting pictures on Facebook, so we knew internet was available now and then, and this is logical because telephone cables on the surface, they were blown away by the hurricanes, where internet connections between the islands are submarine, so they are not affected by the storm. So we too have a D-base that will be online this year, and we too are connected by WhatsApp. The intention is to make expert staff available to other islands by a memorandum of agreement to formalize this process. The intention is to have that ratified by participating countries more or less like the example, modeled like the example of the AFR, the Alliance for Response in New Orleans. So, yes, this year we had an entire different disaster, a volcano eruption in St. Vincent. It was La Soufrière volcano that erupted in April, and in cooperation with the regional UNESCO headquarters in Jamaica, Carbica organized a DRA, a disaster risk assessment on St. Vincent, which was online because due to COVID measures. And this assessment will result in organizing an online workshop in November this year. And this is in particular interest for other islands with active volcanoes in, for example, Dominica, which has 9 active volcanoes. So they used this findings in this workshop for their disaster preparedness plans. Haiti had an earthquake this year, and we contacted our persons in Haiti. Their archives were unaffected. There is a danger, however, in Haiti, and that's more or less the looting of objects. So most of the churches in Haiti are affected, and there is a danger of looting objects from the churches. And in this respect, you can see the ID Art app from Interpol, which is a very useful tool to register cultural objects. It will be uploaded to a DBase of Interpol. Okay, the route ahead, strengthening our organizational basis. Chen works closely with UNESCO, and the intention is to work more closely with a heritage group like the Caribbean Heritage Network, and the well-organized Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CEDIMA. Rita mentioned this in her presentation. We can be part of their sub-organizations. We also reached out to the board of Blue Shield with the intention to create some sort of Blue Shield network in the Caribbean region. Another example of strengthening institutional capacity was done by ICROM. We've sent one of our Caribbean members to the Rome training of ICROM, which is a train-the-trainer program. And in this respect, the idea of Aparna Tandon yesterday in her presentation was very welcome, because she proposed a global alliance for training for disaster management experts, which is very welcome for our region as well. So to conclude, digitizing heritage is an option. CARBIC has been working on the MEGAN program for several years. MEGAN stands for the Memory of the Islands Gateway for Archival Networking. It's a web portal that gives access to the archival resources in the Caribbean, and in its full achievement, it will connect all Caribbean archival institutions in a common database, and it will give access to digital archival contents and full descriptions of fonts and collections kept throughout the Caribbean. It already aims at providing a detailed directory of public Caribbean archives. This project is based on an intense collaboration among our CARBIC members and adoption of the International Archival Description Standards, IZG, in its ICA's Access to Memory program. EDEPO is also a welcome way to protect heritage in the event of hurricanes, and there are pitfalls, but yesterday's keynote presentation of David Fricker was also helpful. The concept of data embassies will be explored in our Caribbean region as well. So, this is to conclude my presentation. It is work in progress. I think our network will protect Caribbean heritage, valuable records, and we will work on strengthening our institutional basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maximilian, for these insights into problems and solutions for your region. It's a pleasure for me now to introduce Mr. Jamie Knight. He's responsible for the communication information sector in the UNESCO Cluster Office in San Jose, Costa Rica. This includes working for the implementation of the Memory of the World program in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, Honduras, and El Salvador. He was supervisor and will report on that, on the launching of the Central American First Aid Volunteer Network for documentary heritage, and he has numerous other interests like working for safety of journalists, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, which are also very important for this CI sector. Jamian, please take the microphone.
Good morning to everyone. I'd like to thank Faxon and his team for giving me the opportunity to make a rather brief presentation on the work that we have been doing in Central America with respect to documentary heritage and the documentary heritage and disaster risk reduction. A few months ago, in July of this year, we launched the Central American First Aid Volunteers network. And this network is a response, is a direct response to the needs of libraries and archives in the region as it relates to disaster risk reduction. Central America is one of those regions which is very much vulnerable in the face of natural disasters or disasters, especially floods and storms. And over the last few years, we have seen an increase in the intensity and frequency of these storms in the region. One of the main issues that many archives and libraries face around the world is the issue of limited resources. And in many cases, libraries and archives do not have, for example, computers, air conditioning, and in times of crisis, basic things like plastic bags to cover books or boxes, these resources cannot be found. And this situation in terms of limited resources has been made worse by the COVID crisis because governments have had to cut their budgets. So, taking this into consideration, there are various possible routes that we could look at in terms of strengthening the resilience of libraries and archives in times of crisis. And one of those solutions is the launching of volunteer networks. The other is working with communities, especially the communities where the libraries and archives are located. Now, the libraries, these volunteers can bring much needed support to libraries and archives in times of crisis. A few months ago, I had a conversation with the director of one archive who mentioned to me that his archive has una bodega, or a room of around 75,000 documents which have yet to be classified and ordered. If there is, for example, a crisis, a flood, his team of 25 people would not be sufficient to rescue and protect these precious documents. And so therefore, it is important that we give consideration to launching volunteer networks that we could easily and quickly activate in times of crisis. So as I mentioned, this network was launched in July of this year in Panama. We're hoping to expand this network to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Honduras over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And our hope is to train over 1,000 volunteers in this specific region. Now, this network is going to be comprised, or is comprised, of national teams. So the teams are not being coordinated by UNESCO. That is going to be the responsibility of the governments. Our central responsibility is to promote the initiative and to organize the training programs. Now, this network places emphasis on 3 things. Developing a culture of prevention, which is very, very important. We're also looking at the issue of responding to the disasters and the post-disaster era. Now, there are many things that volunteers can do which do not require them to receive training, for example, over a 6-month period. There are very simple things that they can do, for example, cleaning up after a flood. They can assist to, for example, document the damages after an earthquake. And taking that into consideration, it's very, very important that we engage young people. During one of the presentations yesterday, someone made a point about universities. I think universities are basically one of the most underutilized resources around the world. I have had the opportunity to speak to departments of anthropology, history, and architecture, and the universities are excited, they are enthusiastic, and they're very much interested in working with us to develop this volunteer program in the region. I mentioned the issue of creating a culture of prevention, which is very, very important. Very often we speak about responding to the disasters. It is equally important that we work with libraries, teams of students, to, for example, assist the libraries in doing an analysis in terms of the areas that have to be addressed to mitigate disasters. The second level of this program will involve us launching an international volunteers program. Now, there are volunteers all across the world. There are experts, architects, people who have lots of experience who are willing to give of their time, for example, by Zoom, to offer mentorship, to offer solid advice to libraries and archives in times of crisis. And so that is going to be the second part of the second part of this initiative, which we're hoping to launch in 2022. You see. Okay. So with respect to the launching of this initiative, we organize a few, I keep thinking in Spanish, a few simulations in Panama in July of this year. And we had the opportunity to train 50 people across 4 days. And of course, we're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on continuous and continual training over the next 6 months. Another point which we have been putting focus on is really the importance of engaging communities, and I think that is one of the issues that we have not yet managed to fully embrace as part of the documentary heritage agenda. Now, in times of crisis, the communities may be the first responders. In a time of crisis where, for example, a bridge, a community is cut off because a bridge has been destroyed and the firefighters cannot arrive on time, it is the communities that can help us secure and protect documentary heritage. In many communities, we have neighbor watch or neighborhood watch programs. It is important that documentary heritage be included in this program so they can, for example, secure or guard the building after an earthquake. It is important that we create a bond with these institutions. Very often, the people in the community do not even know that this building is an archive or this building is a library. And it is important that we no longer have that distant relationship. It is very important that we cultivate that relationship so that the people in the community can feel a sense of ownership. So one of the things that we have to look at from 2022 is, for example, organizing events, having people from the community come into libraries and archives to really get a sense of the importance of documentary heritage. In Central America, in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, there are at least 3, 4, 5 million people. It is not hard to identify 200 people who are passionate about culture and heritage, people who are ready and willing to assist libraries and archives in times of disasters and crisis. And the last points I wish to make is that the issue of the volunteer networks have to be placed within a context of a broader strategic approach as it relates to the protection and preservation of documentary heritage. And this is going to require the development of national plans focused on documentary heritage and disaster risk reduction. One of the things that we don't do as often as we should is to establish mechanisms through which we have regular dialogue between stakeholders. One of the very interesting things we learned during the simulations in Panama is that even though many institutions have fire extinguishers, we assume that everybody knows how to use a fire extinguisher, and that's not necessarily the case. And so it is important that we have these dialogues between the Red Cross, the Ministry of Culture, the universities, to promote not just the sharing of best practices, but to also promote the development of policies and solutions to address these specific challenges. Yesterday, someone made a point about training. There has to be a focus on continuous training, and that training has to be not just be delivered through a workshop here, a workshop there, but through a long-term and strategic plan. And lastly, in 2022, we're going to be launching the Central American Network of Youth Network on the preservation of documentary heritage. And our intention is to work with universities, to work with young people, so that they can generate creative and innovative ideas and projects related to not just the preservation of documentary heritage, but access to heritage. Very often we forget that word, accessibility. Having the documents in the library or the archives, that is not sufficient, especially in this era of TikTok and Instagram. It is very important that we engage young people so that this information becomes useful to them. And so that is basically an overview or summary of what we have been focusing on so far. And what we have seen, what we have learned so far is there is a lot of enthusiasm. I have been with UNESCO for about 10 years, and one of the things that I have discovered is very often people are willing to partner with us, but they're just waiting for someone to say, do you want to work with us? Very often things don't get done, not because there isn't interest, but nobody says, do you want to work with me? And I think it's going to be very important within the context of this conversation with respect to networking that we engage universities, that we engage young people. There are several routes: establish new networks of volunteers, or work with, for example, the Red Cross to create sort of specialized teams of volunteers. I've spoken to the Red Cross in various countries, and they've said to me, Damien, we hadn't put a lot of emphasis on documentary heritage and culture before, but we are interested in working with UNESCO to establish specialist teams focused on documentary heritage and preservation of heritage. And lastly, working with universities, they could ensure that students, for example, in the humanities, as part of their graduation requirements, that they do a project working with archives and libraries focus on documentary heritage and creating resilience and creating a culture of prevention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Knight, thank you very much for your wonderful and concise presentation. I especially remember your plea and your initiatives to work with young people, with volunteers, and the work by communities, for communities, just to highlight two aspects of your presentation. Now, after we've heard 3 presentations from here in Paris, we will go over to 2 colleagues which present online. And the first one is Mr. Sato, Daisuke Sato. Sorry?
Hello.
Hello, oh, there you are. Sorry. No, I see myself, but I much more would like to see you indeed. Okay, thank you. He's not here, but he's there. Now, Mr. Daisuke Sato is an associate professor at the International Research Institution of Disaster Science at Tohoku University in Japan. He is an expert in Japanese history and also works actively for the preservation of historical documents. He has a great research experience in Miyagi, which had been affected by a number of natural disasters, and he investigates the relationship between modern society, natural disasters, and the preservation of cultural heritage. I have to make one further remark. His presentation was written in Japan, and it will be read out loud from a manuscript that was translated into English beforehand by Mr. John D'Americo from Yale University in the United States of America. So this is just for explanation that the presentation has a little bit different form than the other ones. If we come to a discussion later on, if there are any questions, Mr. D'Amico in the United States will translate the questions into Japanese for Mr. Sato, and he will answer. But a little bit more complicated, but just to explain to you beforehand how questions and answers would be handled in his case. Mr. Sato, I'm really looking forward to hear your presentation.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Sato Daisuke. I am Associate Professor at Tohoku University and the Vice President of the Miyagi Shirio Network. Thank you for giving me opportunity to present here for second time since December 2018. I would like to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to all the staff whose efforts make this forum possible under the current circumstances. Today, I would like to present on the current state of volunteer run document rescue effort in the regions affected by the earthquake, tsunami, and the nuclear disaster of March 11, 2011. Because of the constraints, I will only be discussing initiatives in Miyagi Prefecture, where I have been directly involved in document preservation, and in Fukushima Prefecture, which was the site of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. In my previous presentation at UNESCO, which you can find in the newsletter, I discussed the current state of local historical document preservation in Japan. Since that forms the key background to my talk today, I will briefly review some of the main points I made at that time. First, there are over 2 billion extant historical documents from the late 16th through 19th centuries in Japan. Their existence reflects the high literacy of Japan society in the past and is in and of itself an important cultural heritage of humanity. Second, most of these documents are kept and maintained by private owners. Third, while these documents continue to be lost even under normal conditions, natural disasters in particular threaten to cause the sudden and immediate loss of historical heritage. Fourth, the main group responsible for the rescue and preservation of these historical documents are the volunteer Shiro networks founded in aftermath of the January 17, 1995 Hanshin earthquake. I joined the Miyagi Shiro network, which was established after the 2003 earthquake in Miyagi Prefecture. Based out of the city of Sendai, the activities of the network continue to this day. The March 11 disaster was the largest ever experienced by the Miyagi Shiryo network. The network rescued 83 privately held collections, totaling over 100,000 individual documents. Over the past 10 years, we have dried, cleaned, and digitally photographed all the documents in the 32 of these 83 collections, 38% of the total. In other words, even 10 years after the disaster, we are still unable to return 62% of the documents collections to the original owners. The time needed to restore severely damaged to a deteriorated document and to create finding aid, essential to the use of these materials by the public, the scarce availability of the highly specialized staff needed to the preservation work, and the difficulty of scaling funding to sponsor costly restoration efforts are just some of the many reasons for the slow progress. At the same time, basic preservation tasks are largely done with the support of citizen volunteers. Since the start of recorded preservation effort in June 2011 until the end of 2020, around 8,044 people have worked a total of 851 days to help the Miyagi Shiryo network. 5,614 of the volunteers are ordinary citizens, mainly women and the elderly. Having built up a great deal of experience over the past 10 years, these volunteers have mastered preservation techniques and have taken up a key role in the process of protecting local historical documents. They are now essential to our preservation effort. Over the past 10 years, large-scale natural disasters have continued to cause severe damage across Japan. In response, the Shiryo networks based at universities in the regions afflicted by these disasters have conducted document rescue and preservation effort. To give a few examples, Following the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake, some 47 collections with over 39,000 documents were recovered by the local Shiro network. While after the 2018 flooding in Ehime Prefecture, 5 collections numbering over 20,000 documents were saved. The Miyagi Shiro network managed to preserve another 9 collections containing over 60,000 documents in the aftermath of the 2019 typhoon Hagibis. Over the course of this series of disasters, the various Shiro networks have worked in cooperation with each other to rescue and preserve documents. Funding, material, and method which were systematically developed after the Great East Japan earthquake for the emergency handling of large number of documents in the aftermath of tsunamis and flooding have been brought to bear, resulting in the successful preservation of many documents. Progress continues on efforts to meaningfully situate the use of historical documents within contemporary society and, through doing so, recover the history of local communities. The Miyagi Shiro Network has published a book based on historical documents and written for a general audience on the history of daily life in the regions affected by tsunami and other disasters. From 2017 to 18, we held 5 lectures on this book in Ishinomaki, a city severely affected by tsunami. I would like to introduce some of the survey response from the audience of these lectures. One participant said, "Learning about local history is a great resource for thinking about the restoration and revival of our community after disaster. It was a wonderful lecture." Another response, "It was amazing to hear the stories of the prior residents of our hometown, our ancestors who are now gone forever and will not return again. That someone is remembering them makes me very happy." This suggests that for those affected by disaster, knowing their history is not just important for the rebuilding and revival of their hometowns, but also is of profound significance for passing down the memory and history of their community to future generations so that it will not be forgotten. Early effort in the coastal regions of Fukushima were severely limited, as the prefecture was experiencing the impact of an unprecedented nuclear disaster. In spite of this, the local government, Fukushima University, Ibaraki University, and Tsukuba University, and Dr. Shintaro Nishimura have continued to collaborate on recovery of documents damaged by the disaster and the preservation of historical materials related to the societal impact of and response to the March 11 Tokyo disaster. In the town of Tomioka, 12 kilometers south of Fukushima Daiichi, the entire population had to evacuate due to the nuclear disaster. Since 2014, with the support of researchers and students at Fukushima University, the collection of historical documents recovered after the disaster and of records telling the story of the town since that fateful day on March 11 has continued. On July 11, 2021, an archive was opened in Tomioka for the preservation, display, and research of the over 50,000 historical documents that have been collected. At present, the residents of Tomioka number only 1,200, some 10% of the pre-disaster population. In the 2 months since its opening, however, the archive has welcomed over 5,000 visitors. 75 of the 50,000 objects held within the archive were rescued through the work of volunteers after the nuclear disaster. Natural history objects, archaeological materials, and historical documents from the classical period in Japan up to March 2011 make up 60% of the objects on display. The archive is by no means just a memorial to disaster. Rather, March 11 is put into context as only one part of the longer history of Tomioka. The captions that explain each of the objects on display are accompanied by relevant excerpt from interviews with residents of the town. In this way, the exhibit reconstructs everyday life in Tomioka through a combination of both rescued documentary heritage and recorded memory. The exhibit serves as a reminder of what the townspeople have lost due to the March 11 disasters. In 19,000, some 1,500 sakura trees were planted in the Yonomori district of Tomioka. The forest was long beloved by many residents. In the July 12th edition of the newspaper Fukushima Minpo, a former resident spoke of their thoughts on seeing a picture of their sakura from 19 years ago. Seeing an image of the sakura from the early Showa period, I was deeply moved. The sight of the great crowds of people having fun looking at the flowers reminded me of how beloved those trees have been since long ago. It would be great if the archive became a place for evacuated town residents to deepen their ties to one another while enjoying the old photographs. In this way, the archive at Tomioka, as a site for the exploration of history and memory, serves as a place for the restoration of local identity and the rebuilding of bonds between town's residents. Anyone who is trying to think of ways of using documentary heritage in order to support people affected by disaster should go Tomioka, Fukushima. In Japan, it is the best example of the use of documentary heritage for this purpose. In the December 2018 presentation at UNESCO, I introduced historical recovery effort in Japan as a practical application of the concept of psychosocial support. I argued that by restoring and creating new social relationships, historical recovery and restoration effort help encourage the widespread, self-directed rehabilitation of individuals, groups, and communities. Since then, the historian John Morris had noted that the recovery of historical material and the reconstruction of the history of disaster-affected region is essential for the rehabilitation and maintenance of the mental health of those afflicted by disasters. This suggests that historical recovery work will help form the basis for dealing with many current issues. Testimonial from people affected by disasters suggests that these activities are not just about protecting the physical thing that is documentary heritage itself, but rather have a meaning in connection to the rehabilitation of individuals and their communities, serving as a form of psychosocial support. That being said, there are still only very few examples of the disaster relief focusing on the preservation of documentary heritage in Japan. Current efforts depend on the enthusiasm and willpower of volunteers, several scholars, and several public servants. This has not changed in the 10 years since March 11. Sadly, this is evidence of how little documentary heritage is valued in Japan. Still, the past 10 years has also seen the rise of a young generation with experience of documentary heritage preservation from their time in university. Many are active on the ground in preservation work today. Perhaps this could be said to be one point of hope to emerge from the aftermath of the March 11 disaster. Finally, I would like to talk about something I touched on in my 2018 presentation, the historical document from Ishinomaki, destroyed by 2011 tsunami. Only the photographs of these documents survived. Later, They were burned into an album and returned to their home in Ishinomaki, where in May 2021, the library was finally rebuilt. There, the photographs are stored and are now being deciphered by local residents. The many archival tags and labels speak to the passion and excitement those who experience disaster have for the work of historical preservation. Without a doubt, the links that bind past to present are being made strong. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sato, many thanks for your presentation. Your region, Japan, was in the focus of the world at latest since the tsunami you reported about and its devastating impact. And it's really good to see how good progress you make in research, so which may avoid devastating impacts, at least for the future. Now let's go to another part of the world, that is to Pakistan. Let me introduce Mr. Sultan Ali. He graduated from the National College of Arts, and he is involved with projects focusing on tangible and intangible heritage, digital and physical archives, and history. He is an initiator of the Mountain Heritage Archives, and very interesting project he will report us about, and I'm eager to learn about the problems he finds in Pakistan and the solutions he proposes. Mr. Sultan Ali, please.
Thank you, Lothar. Greetings, everyone. I'm very thankful to UNESCO for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the second Global Memory of the World Forum. My name is Sultan Ali. I am an oral historian and a digital archivist from Pakistan. I'm the founder of the Mountain Heritage Archives, a digital archive that focuses on the history and heritage of the northern mountain region of Pakistan, a secluded region. As an archivist, I have frequently come across valuable, vulnerable, and endangered private and public archives and collections, which include manuscripts, Mughal edicts, traditional family trees, miniature paintings, letters, British colonial records, rare books, photographs, audio recordings, and films. Some of them, if nominated, could make it to the UNESCO's Memory of the World International Register. My presentation today briefly highlights some of the most apparent risks faced by documentary heritage in Pakistan, which need to be addressed on a priority basis. Pakistan does not have the infrastructure, a vigilant legislative system, the political will, and the economic and human resources required to document, protect, and preserve the country's documentary heritage. In Pakistan, there is a huge gap between the memory and academic institutions, and the memory institutions have rarely been a priority. Documentary heritage, as a distinct type of heritage, does not get as much attention as tangible and intangible heritage do. A thorough investigation is needed to fully identify and understand the risks faced by documentary heritage and how disasters and risks faced by documentary heritage can be managed and prevented in the future. Now I'll proceed to my presentation. Can you see my screen? So, status of documentary heritage in Pakistan. I'll briefly go over some of the important features of Pakistan's heritage. Pakistan is a new country in an ancient land where civilizations like the Indus Valley and Mehergad flourished. Historic trade and religious routes passing through the region connected Persia, Central Asia, and India in the past. Different religions have coexisted in this land. Gilgit manuscripts, some of the oldest Buddhist manuscripts were discovered in Gilgit in the 1930s. Sikh religion was born here. The country's 220 million people speak more than 70 languages. These plain facts demonstrate the country's history of production and consumption of knowledge. So the knowledge produced, consumed, and transferred from one generation to another has to be protected by memory institutions. For financial and political reasons, memory institutions are not a priority in Pakistan, and memory institutions have not been able to protect or preserve documentary heritage in Pakistan. The nominal resources allocated for heritage, as Pakistan is economically a struggling country, are invested mostly in tangible and intangible heritage, and almost none on safeguarding documentary heritage. Documentary heritage is not a priority. Tangible and intangible heritage are a priority. For the lack of resources, weaker laws, absence of policies, and because of a conventional bureaucratic system in place, the country is far from identifying, listing, digitizing, and preserving its documentary heritage, and even farther from making it universally accessible. Here is an example of one such example. You can see a picture of the royal copy of Tuski Jahangiri, the Mughal Emperor Jahangir's handwritten autobiography in Persian in a private collection in Pakistan. They must have produced several copies of this autobiography, but this is the royal copy that was kept in the royal family for several generations. Risks faced by documentary heritage in Pakistan. So here are some of the most apparent and obvious risks faced by documentary heritage in Pakistan at the moment. There are no studies, no surveys, no data available on these risks and how the country or its memory institutions have managed to manage these risks in the past. There is no such research or data on these. Risks faced by documentary heritage caused by nature and man have hardly been identified. Memory institutions need to understand and define documentary heritage before identifying and mitigating the risks. They have hardly identified documentary heritage as a distinct category of heritage. As I said earlier, we have mostly been focusing on documentary heritage, on tangible or built heritage, and intangible heritage or documentary heritage have not been the priorities. Memory institutions need to be proactive and reach out to people and communities to identify valuable and vulnerable collections. Memory institutions do not have the resources to focus on rural areas. 60% of the population, 220 million people, is rural. The institutions, both public and private, need to expand beyond urban centers. There are 3 or 4 large cities in Pakistan: Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad. Most of these public or private initiatives are based in these large cities. They don't operate, or they don't have local chapters in small towns or in the vast rural areas of the country. Earthquakes have frequently hit the country in the past. During such disasters, damage done to built heritage is readily identified and reported, but the damage done to documentary heritage goes unnoticed. No reports are available on the damage done to documentary heritage during recent major earthquakes. There is no data available on what we have lost in terms of documentary heritage in the last devastating earthquake that was in 2005. Here is an image of an undated Pahari-style miniature painting from a set of 17 similar paintings kept in unfavorable conditions with other valuable records in a private library in Pakistan that I came across. And then there are periodic floods during monsoon in the country. In 2010, during such floods, 1/5 of the country's land was submerged in water. No surveys have been carried out to ascertain damage done to documentary heritage by such floods. In the past, I have come across people who had important collections or records or archives that were destroyed by floods, but there is no record, there is no data available on what we have lost in such floods. And then since the 1980s, these sectarian or religious conflicts have intensified, and sectarian conflicts have kept flaring in the country since the 1980s. During sectarian conflicts, religious places have frequently been targeted and attacked. where important religious books, records, and manuscripts are kept. How sectarian and religious conflicts have affected the documentary heritage of Pakistan has never been investigated. There is no data, no research, no academic research on what we have lost in these sectarian conflicts across the country. Memory institutions are yet to map the damage done to documentary heritage by war and terror post 9/11 and the resulting internal mass migrations. All these things, conflicts, floods, earthquakes, large development projects like dams have displaced communities. And what we have lost during such internal mass migrations are displacements we don't know. And then there is climate change. Climate change will affect the already under-resourced documentary heritage in many ways, directly and indirectly in Pakistan. When it comes to climate change, Pakistan is one of the most vulnerable countries, and we don't know. We don't have a map, we don't have a policy, how we are going to save the country's documentary heritage when climate change hits the country in several different ways at different levels. During the COVID-19 pandemic, unpreserved documentary heritage has more chances, I believe, of being irreversibly damaged. The resources are relocated to more urgent sectors. As that has been done around the globe, the situation will have lasting impacts on all types of heritage, and especially documentary heritage in Pakistan. A roadmap needs to be drafted to preserve the country's documentary heritage. Existing memory institutions need to digitize and make their collections universally accessible using modern technologies, build models that encourage researchers and their audiences. Memory institutions, public memory institutions in Pakistan have been doing the opposite. They must have digitized some of their collections, but they are not easily available or accessible on the internet. And Pakistan does not have inventories on documentary heritage. Need to develop inventories. In the absence of inventories, no one can tell what documentary heritage was lost during the floods of 2010, the earthquake of 2005, and the internal mass migrations triggered by sectarian conflicts and war on terror. Not knowing what was lost or could be lost is the most serious threat. So we urgently need to develop inventories in provinces or at the national level. Establishing a national register is important to safeguard documentary heritage from potential risks and hazards. So Pakistan does not have a national register of documentary heritage. It is time we develop a national register with its provincial or local chapters. Lack of academic courses, trained professionals in the field, and long-term collaborations between academic and memory institutions. It's time to develop such collaborations and build networks to save documentary heritage in the country. There is no such central or local or provincial platform where public and private institutions working to save documentary heritage could come together. So in the absence of public memory institutions supported by the state or the country, in the past few years, people have started, the local communities have started many initiatives that are working towards preserving and protecting documentary and intangible heritage. Mountain Heritage Archives is one such example. Mountain Heritage Archives is one of the many community-based initiatives working to preserve documentary and intangible heritage in Pakistan. But as I said earlier, most such initiatives are based in large cities. They are not able to penetrate into rural areas, and we don't know, we don't have a clear picture of what is there in terms of documentary heritage in rural Pakistan. So it is one such initiative that is working in the northern mountain region of Pakistan, which is rural, and it's focusing on Gilgit-Baltistan, the northernmost region of Pakistan, where climate change, internal migration, sectarian violence, and the absence of memory institutions. There are no memory institutions in this region, have made documentary heritage even more vulnerable compared to other provinces of the country. The initiative aims to build a digital repository of manuscripts, rare books, photographs, oral histories. Most of the languages spoken in this region where we are focusing right now are endangered. Folklore, audiovisual records, and environmental sounds. The initiative will expand to, in future, we are planning to expand to Chitral, Kashmir, Ladakh, and Pamir to celebrate the common heritage. Some of these areas are not in Pakistan. They are in India, they are in China, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan, which have who share a rich past and heritage. The main objective of Mountain Heritage Archives is to digitize such valuable and vulnerable collections, which we talked about earlier, and I'll show you a few examples, and make them accessible through the internet and other possible means by involving local communities. The project will also explore other digital venues like apes, 360-degree videos, virtual reality, virtual tours, audiobooks, digital exhibitions, while collaborating with other institutions, both academic and memory institutions. This will help people see documentary heritage in a new light in Pakistan and in Gilgit-Baltistan. Mountain Heritage Archives is a catalyst encouraging local institutions, educationists, policymakers, and corporations to understand the importance of documentary heritage. Involvement of these local entities, we believe, will help make documentary heritage accessible to local and global communities using modern technologies. Here is an example of what we have been coming across. Here is an old Diwan-e Shams Tabrizi, an important volume of Rumi's poetry in the possession of Khalifa Durr Maknoon, who is in his late 80s in the village of Sherkilag in Gilgit-Baltistan. The book weighs several kilos and was brought from Lucknow in India before partition to Gilgit-Baltistan more than 100 years ago. Here is another example of such vulnerable collections which we have identified and digitized. A handwritten copy of an old Persian book from Hunza. The handwritten copy was produced in the 1950s. We don't have the resources and means to preserve them physically. And here is another example how we have been using the digital archive. Here is an exhibit prepared by the Mountain Heritage Archives titled Valleys of Nostalgia, Letters from Hunza, a reproduction of 2 letters of Mir Muhammad Jamal Khan, the last ruler of Hunza, written in the 1960s and 70s, and 2 old black and white photographs from Shimshal in Hunza. It was a part of a larger exhibition that was held in Lahore in Pakistan and Jaipur in India in January 2020, just before the COVID-19 hit. We believe private initiatives like these can convince the civil society, academic and memory institutions, corporations, and government bodies to come together to address risks faced by documentary heritage. In the coming years, we also believe that in the coming years, the informed public opinion on heritage can play an important role in developing a culture that would help prioritize the protection of heritage. Thank you. If you have any questions, please email me. Thank you.
Mr. Sultan Ali, thank you very much for your insight into the situation of documented heritage and disaster risk in Pakistan and your initiative that you promote for us and for the Memory of the World program. So now, thank you, all panelists. We can come over to the question and answer session. I think the tradition is that we first ask the colleagues here in the room, do you have any questions to the panelists and the presenters online? Well, Julia, please. Julia Cervantes.
Thank you. Sorry that I make questions. I have one question in English, another in Spanish. In case of the volunteer networks in Central America and Japan, do you formalize a registry of volunteers? Do you register in advance the hours, days, or weeks that each volunteer could offer to help? That's one question. Y la otra en español. Me parece que en el tema de investigación y la relación con Memoria del Mundo, se podría tal vez pensar en promover como fuentes abiertas o de dominio público la información, documentación sobre desastres, así como se hace con los de derechos humanos, con la documentación de derechos humanos, pues para promover la investigación, el uso libre de copyright para fines de divulgación y estudio, ¿no? Y también a lo mejor hasta para el tema de la pandemia, no para fines de lucro ni comerciales.
Thank you very much for the question. With respect to the volunteer network, it's important to mention that it's a highly decentralized network. And that means that the ministries of culture or the libraries and the archives are responsible for its implementation. And so therefore, I think the ideal thing is to have volunteers working with the libraries and archives over a long period of time in a way that people volunteer with the Red Cross. But in this case, volunteers may sign an agreement for maybe 40 hours with a library. It may be 6 months. The library, for example, can have a formal arrangement with the university through which they can identify students as part of their programs to do an internship with the library and archive. And lastly, just to go back to the point of the issue of prevention, we are hoping to work with universities and the archives so that students, as part of their programs, can come up with creative and innovative projects that can be implemented along with the archives and libraries focused on developing a culture of resilience and prevention.
Sumi informed me that some questions have come to us online, and I'm eager looking to hear them.
That's right. I wanted to bring in 2 questions that had been entered into our chat during the course of this panel session, and thank you to the participants for bringing these questions to us. First is a question from Mojdeh Mohammedi, who asks, data and information sharing between countries is key to effectively manage disasters. How do we handle this challenge? Perhaps, Max, this is something, because you do chair and collaborate with archives in other countries, it's something you could touch upon.
Well, it touches upon the keynote speech of David Fricker, who mentions a very attractive idea of data centers, but the concept of data embassies. So you have sovereignty of your own data. The data center in another country will be like an embassy. So you have protection of international law on your sovereignty, and that is interesting because most hosting opportunities are in Europe or the United States, and due to data protection acts, for example, in the Caribbean region. Hosting opportunities will be most likely in Europe. But Europe has a open data policy, so there is free reuse of digital data, and so that means digitized Caribbean heritage will be in the jurisdiction of European countries. And this idea of a data embassy will give us sovereignty of our own data.
That is a great answer to that. The data embassy was indeed a really important proposal from day one. Perhaps to follow up on that, there is another question from Huyun Tran Hui, who asks, how should we develop management policies for digitizing the documentary heritage to prevent data theft and destruction in cyberspace? It's a difficult question indeed.
It's a difficult question. But I guess it will be managed by license agreements. So before you will go into a agreement to host your data in a central, you have to seal it with a viable license agreement.
Okay, so preventively assure that cyber attacks don't become an issue. There is one further question to Mr. Sultan Ali in Pakistan. A user, or excuse me, a participant from our audience has asked, what are the biblical floods of 2010 mentioned in your presentation? Mr. Ali, if you can hear that question. I think you're still on mute, Mr. Ali.
Yes, I have already answered it in text. They were very large scale and devastating. That's why I referred to them as biblical floods.
Okay, thank you for that concise answer. Those were the questions from our chat.
Okay, fine. We nearly made 1 o'clock. That's a good time to end. Thank you to my colleagues on the panel and online for the presentations. I hope that can give some input for that Mr. Fexen-Bender asked this morning when he asked for the development of a strategic frame for these matters in connection with memory of the world, and I think these presentations could help perhaps. Still always interesting to see and sad to hear that the resources and the budget in some parts of the world like Pakistan and Central America, Mr. Damien Knight spoke about, are still so low, and I think that should be a part of the strategic frame probably, that the financial situation in different parts of the world is quite different, and how that can be tackled by the frame perhaps, or by what the frame can propose. Now, thanks to the organizational team, Fexen-Bender and his team, to the moderator, Sumi, and the colleagues all that helped to make this a success. It's a hybrid format. I found it very successful so far. And thanks to the interpreters for their difficult and very important work. I really look up to them. And now let's go to lunch, or to breakfast, or to dinner, or to bed, depending on the time zone you live in. And we see each other back again here in Paris. Paris time, 2:30 p.m. for the panel C. See you later. Thank you for the questions.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break again. And for all of you on the stream, thank you for remaining with us. It's great to see so many participants still with us on the stream for this very final portion of this Global Policy Forum. We are moving now into, as I said, the final panel discussion. What we've seen already today is looking at understanding disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction for resilience. We've looked at the power of networks, and now we're looking at a key step forward. So in this final discussion, we'll look at new challenges and the proactive role of documentary heritage. This is about improving emergency preparedness, ensuring a better disaster response in the future by networking and leveraging those networks that we discussed in the previous session. And it's about building back better, because indeed disasters, with all of the challenges that they pose, can also provide something of a silver lining, the ability to create new workflows and practices and put those practices into place to allow for a better reaction in the future. So I would like to invite you again in this final session to interact with us, either here in the room or in our chat, in our question and answer function in the chat, to make sure that you send us any questions you have for our panelists. I would like to introduce our panelists now as we continue. Joining us here in our room is Mr. Jonas Palm. He's a member of UNESCO Memory of the World team, having served on the IAC, the International Advisory Committee, and the Preservation Subcommittee, and he will present to us about storing and preserving information about nuclear waste depositories as disaster prevention. Sitting next to him is Mr. Dietrich Schüller. He was with the Memory of the World program almost since its beginning, and is presently a member of the International Advisory Committee, and Preservation Subcommittee. And he will tell us about the Magnetic Tape Alert project and how that work is completing the picture of highly endangered original documents. We have two guests joining us online. First, Ms. Lai Tefang. She is the chair of the Preservation Subcommittee, and she will be telling us about the proactive role that can be played in preserving documentary heritage, so a key theme of this session. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Hiroaki Shimizu joining us from the Japan Broadcasting Corporation, so a member of the media indeed, and he's operating a website called NHK Great East Japan Earthquake Archives, something he will be sharing with us. And our expert facilitator for this session is, of course, the Chief of Documentary Heritage Unit at UNESCO, Mr. Faxon Banda. So I would like to hand over now to you, Mr. Banda.
So thank you very much for joining us again for this afternoon. And thank you, Sumi, for that introduction, which makes my work much easier. So mine is to ensure that the speakers speak as briefly as possible in order to facilitate some conversation later on, not only with the participants that are here on site, but also with all of you that are online. Of course, you can use the chat to raise questions. I have also shared with the speakers some questions in advance of their delivery, and hopefully some of them might even touch on the various aspects of the questions that I ask, so that the need for raising those questions publicly may be gotten rid of. But if not, I will get back to those questions. And perhaps for the participants, it is important for me to signal those questions so that as you follow the delivery of the presentations, you have already at the back of your minds what I, as moderator, am thinking about. I will be asking of Ms. Lai Tefang, who will be our first presenter, and she'll be joining us virtually. I'll be asking of her to say something with respect to the magnetic tape project, which Mr. Diederik Schuller will also speak to in his presentation. And that question will also apply to him. My main concern with their presentations, as they've been given to me, is that they seem to focus more on governmental and/or intergovernmental action to support the preservation of magnetic tapes as old media formats. And my question to them is, how can we engage the private sector, especially in developed countries, to support their efforts before the 2025 deadline? You need to mark that because it will be raised in one of the presentations. So with that teaser, I would like to hand over now to Ms. Lai T. Fang to proceed with her presentation.
Thank you, Faxon. Let me share my PowerPoint presentation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. It is my honor and pleasure to be with you this afternoon to share my thoughts on the new challenges in the preservation of documentary heritage. During the past 2 days, you have heard much about the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. You have also heard about the importance of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction from various speakers. This presentation will discuss the new challenges in the preservation of documentary heritage posed by COVID-19 pandemic, the increasing popularity of new media, and global efforts in the digitization of at-risk magnetic tapes. How has the COVID-19 pandemic affected preservation work? You have heard from Ms. Aparna Tandon of ICROM yesterday, how COVID has affected the preservation of cultural property. Let me share some concerns on the impact of COVID on the preservation of documentary heritage. Do you get a sense of deja vu looking at the news report on the left? Unfortunately, the news is still current in New Zealand and Vietnam. Some countries have also just exited lockdown. The image on the right shows which groups are at higher risk and suffer more severe symptoms from COVID. What would these have to do with the preservation of documentary heritage? COVID-19 has unleashed a variety of challenges in the work of memory institutions, notably in the prevention of physical access to their collections and services, particularly during the early phases of the pandemic. Fortunately, this was mitigated with digitalization and digitization initiatives undertaken by the memory institutions. One of the key impacts of COVID is the reprioritization of national resources, which could have left memory institutions underfunded at a critical time when it is essential to create a detailed and comprehensive record of the worldwide experiences and international efforts with the pandemic. Lockdown and team segregation are common measures to mitigate the spread of COVID in the past 21 months. Such measures are essential, but it also means that we have lost more than 50% time in preserving at-risk records, such as those highlighted in the Magnetic Tape Alert Project, an initiative of the UNESCO Information for All Program Working Group on Information Preservation. We do not know how many preservation personnel were affected or lost during this period, but we do know that many of the preservation specialists who still have the skill sets and knowledge in the digitization of very old obsolete magnetic tapes are either in their 60s, 70s, or 80s. And of course, they belong to the high-risk group affected by COVID. All of these result in the extended timeline needed in the digitization of audio and video recordings stored on obsolete magnetic media, where much of the world's primary sources of our present knowledge of the cultural and linguistic diversity of humankind is kept. Dietrich, as the fourth speaker for this panel and our longtime advocate for the preservation of audiovisual content on magnetic tape, will share more on the global and unprecedented crisis and the race with time to preserve such audio and video recordings. This is the site where you could find more information on the Magnetic Tape Alert Project. With the Magnetic Tape Alert Project, stakeholders, including memory institutions, are now aware of the urgency to rescue our content, cultural content, from being trapped on magnetic media. We thought we would have saved them from loss through digitization. How wrong were we? The success of the Magnetic Tape Project, Alert Project, could prevent loss of content from magnetic tape media, but it is only the beginning of greater investment needed in digital preservation and the supporting infrastructure for managing large digital files in gigabytes, terabytes, and petabytes. Preservation is thus a continual investment that does not stop at digitization. And for some parts of the world, because of the niche market in digital asset management and preservation system, there is a lack of local support as well. So the diagram on the right shows the technology roadmap for LTO tapes. This is the form of tapes that are used by many audiovisual archives and memory institutions for preserving those digitized audiovisual files. It is great that there is a roadmap to help in preservation planning, but it also brings home the point that the life cycle of such media is very short as compared to the obsolete media like magnetic tapes and films. Hence, continual digital content migration is an undisputed principle of audio and video preservation. And of course, it translates into a continual need for funding. Otherwise, the resources that we have invested in the last 20 years of digitization of magnetic tapes could be wiped out in 5 to 10 years. It is like a man-made disaster waiting to happen. Finally, we have to start to look at the environmental impact of digital preservation so as to align preservation work to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. There is increasing awareness among the audiovisual community about the impact of digital preservation. It is an area that the Preservation Subcommittee could work with like-minded partners to promote greater awareness of, if we have the resources. In 2019, I had the opportunity to share on the key issues on the preservation of digital heritage at the second Inter-Regional Conference for the Memory of the World, organized by UNESCO Bangkok in Gwangju and Daeju of the Republic of Korea. The issues raised then are still very relevant today. It is heartening to know that more memory institutions realize the need to archive new media and are making progress in web archiving as well as archiving of content on social media platforms. TikTok is the new media that grew in prominence for use in public engagement and sharing of experiences during the COVID pandemic. How are we as a society and global community documenting such content? In the opening remarks given by the UNESCO Deputy Director General, Mr. Xing Xu, at the first UNESCO Virtual Policy Dialogue organized by the Memory of the World Program through the Preservation Subcommittee in October last year, he emphasized the need for early intervention in collection to ensure timely documentation and preservation of COVID pandemic experiences. At the presentation by Mr. Wang Xiaozhong, on China's COVID-19 overall responses. We saw the leadership displayed by the National Archives Administration of China in collecting epidemic prevention and control archives extensively, as well as oral histories. The National Library, National Archives, and National Museum of Singapore have also stepped up on its efforts to document COVID-19 in Singapore, as well as the people's experiences in times of crisis. The Singapore Oral History Center also innovated its interview collecting processes in response to the pandemic by deploying new technology while being mindful of its impact on preservation standards. Such initiatives is not unique to Singapore. Many oral history organizations and institutions worldwide are also adopting similar approaches. Finally, I would like to dwell a little on the Preservation Subcommittee. The Preservation Subcommittee has its origin in the UNESCO Subcommittee on Technology, which was established by the International Advisory Committee in 1995. In 2019, PERSIST, an initiative established based on the recommendation of the 2012 UNESCO Memory of the World Vancouver Conference, became a permanent core reportable function within the Preservation Subcommittee. As mentioned earlier, the Preservation Subcommittee organized the first virtual policy dialogue in partnership with the Information for All Information Preservation Working Group. And we are pleased to report that the report of the virtual policy dialogue is out on UNESCO website. This is the PERSIST website. Thank you to Claire McGuire for highlighting the second edition of the UNESCO PERSIST guidelines for the selection of digital heritage for long-term preservation. This is a continual work being done by the Content and Best Practices Working Group under PERSIST. I would also like to show you some past activities of the kind of role that has been undertaken by the Subcommittee on Technology, the predecessor of Preservation Subcommittee. The Archive Medical project, which I understand, received a modest sum of $70,000 from UNESCO via the predecessor of Preservation Subcommittee to help in the initial development and launch of Archive Medical project. We don't like to reminisce about the good old days, but it came to our realization that there is a need for sustained resources for the Preservation Subcommittee and PERSIST to play a more proactive role, such as those that I've listed below, so as that we could organize workshops for awareness and capability development, as well as to develop strategic partnerships and to facilitate conversations between memory institutions, industry, and policymakers. Currently, we rely heavily on the graciousness of our institutions to support some of our operational needs, such as the use of an official Zoom account for meetings and the hosting of PERSIST website. Incidentally, Preservation Subcommittee does not have a web presence. We also find ourselves in this rather odd dilemma. Rather than welcoming all opportunities of collaborations or engagement of memory institutions, stakeholders, industry, and preservation communities, we find ourselves deliberating on how we should be prioritizing our resources, if any. What working groups should we be forming? Whether we should proceed with our participation in key digital preservation events, or should we even be organizing virtual policy dialogues on preservation, digital preservation specifically. There is currently neither a mechanism for us to collect membership dues like ICA and IFLA, nor a framework for us to recruit volunteers. We certainly need to engage like-minded partners and as well as learn more from other IAC subcommittees on how we could look for more resources. So With that, I end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fang, for that presentation, very helpful. Let's move on then to Mr. Hiroaki Shimizu, who will be joining us from Japan. As already announced, he is with Japan Broadcasting Corporation. A short explanatory footnote on Mr. Shimizu's participation. In the event that we have a question posed to him, that question will be translated into Japanese by Ms. Yoko Shimada, who is in the United States, following us online. And similarly, when Mr. Shimuzi answers, that answer will be translated into English for us by Mrs. Shimada. With that, let me call upon Mr. Shimizu.
Thank you, Mr. Banda. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
We can't hear you. Is this a technical problem on our part or on his part, Mr. Shimizu?
Okay.
Come through if you can.
I speak. Can you speak? Thank you, Mr. Banda. Hello, everyone. Okay. My name is Hiroaki Shimizu from Japan. I am honored and grateful that I was invited to this forum, attended by experts from all over the world. Please take a look at slides. Today, I would like to talk about the effort of Japan Broadcasting Corporation, called NHK in Japan, to utilize the documentary heritage stored in broadcast stations for disaster prevention and disaster risk reduction. I will explain how we are passing it down to the younger generation. First, let me introduce NHK. Next slide, please. NHK is a public broadcaster. It is not a state-owned broadcaster or private broadcaster. Next slide, please. I will talk about the archive system of NHK. Aired programs, video, and audio content are stored as digital files, regardless of the media on which the contents are recorded, such as tapes, films, and digital media. NHK also provides various services to make the archived contents available to the public. Next slide, please. On March 11th, 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake struck Japan. Over 15,000 people died, and about more than 2,000 people are still missing. Next slide, please. NHK launched a company-wide, thank you. NHK launched a company-wide project dedicated to the disaster using broadcasts, websites, exhibitions, and so on. This project is still going on today. NHK opened the Great East Japan Earthquake Digital Library in March 2012, which is the following year of the earthquake. Here are the links for 2 programs in English. Please take a look later. Today, I would like to share with you the first part of the program, which records this huge disaster. It may be shocking. Could you start the video, please? Video, please. Video, please. Okay. The first 20 seconds has no sound. Now, let's go back to the presentation, please. Unfortunately, the English version website provides a limited number of contents, but the Japanese version website provides a variety of contents. Next slide, please. Page 6, please. Okay. We have recorded the voices of over 1,000 people. They talk about in what circumstances they experienced the disaster, how they evacuated, and their thoughts and hopes for reconstruction. These voices are valuable documentary heritage. Next slide, please. However, there are some challenges. There are cases where some speakers request to delete the content some years later because of their personal reasons. In such cases, we delete the content as requested. Let me show you another challenge we face. There are rare cases in which we are not allowed to upload the contents to the websites despite having gotten the consent of the speakers to broadcast them. That is due to the copyright issues. The copyright laws change with the times, so we must continue to pay attention to them. Next, please. NHK created a video timeline chronicling the first 72 hours after the disaster because we thought that we should provide something that evokes memories of those days. The timeline is a unique feature of our digital library. Next slide, please. In operating the timeline, we are always aware that the videos may distress some viewers. Therefore, we put a warning on the videos to ask for special attention, not only to the viewers themselves, but also to the people around them. We also recommend children should watch with their parents or guardians. Next slide, please. Let me introduce another example of our activity. It is a video featuring a local railway that runs along the beautiful coast. As the railway track and some station buildings were destroyed by the earthquake and the tsunami, the service throughout the entire line was suspended. But it resumed 8 years later. Next slide, please. This railway company tried something new in the process of reconstruction. For instance, it held enjoyable events, operated a special train on which passengers can learn about the disaster, and launched a special tourist train service. As a result, the company successfully attracted many tourists from across the country. NHK broadcasts the efforts of the company in news programs regularly. A series of the news footage is available at our library. This railway company was in financial difficulties before the disaster, but it realized, build back better. Next slide, please. From here, I will talk about the main theme of my presentation. In fact, after 10 years, this huge disaster is becoming a past memory. Our mission is not only to archive the contents or make them available to the public, but also to encourage young people with little or no memory of the disaster to watch the contents at our library. Next slide, please. Generally in Japan, junior and senior high school students go on a school trip before graduation. They study about the areas they will visit based on the study theme they choose. Next slide, please. Recently, an increasing number of schools have chosen the areas hit by the Great East Japan earthquake as the school trip destinations to learn from the disaster. Next slide, please. We regarded the school trip as a good opportunity to deliver the message to the younger generation. So we promoted our library as a school trip study material. Fortunately, we received a positive response from school teachers and travel agencies. We hope the documentary heritage of NHK will make the school trips more meaningful for young people, then help prevent future disasters and or reduce disaster risks. Next slide, please. This spring, we held a large event at the museum in Tokyo. We showed some content at our library on large screens and dozens of monitors. Next slide, please. We divided the venue into 3 sections to display models of the disaster areas and items damaged by the earthquake and tsunami. We also created a section where people can learn about disaster prevention and disaster risk reduction. After the event, we added virtual reality video to our library. This video enables viewers to enjoy the exhibits as if they are in the venue, even if they are unable to visit or even when the event is over. We hope that the contents created with the state-of-the-art technologies will attract young people. Next slide, please. In Japan, many organizations across the country began to make their documentary heritage available to the public at their digital libraries. The National Diet Library is working to integrate these digital libraries. A challenge for the future would be to integrate the documentary heritage, which is stored in different organizations, so that viewers can use them efficiently. Finally, I would like to share my own experience with you. In 1983, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake occurred, and 100 people were killed by the tsunami triggered by the earthquake. I was then a 23-year-old postgraduate student. When the earthquake occurred, I was in the ocean to do some research. I remember that the police officer shouted at me from up the levee, "Hey you, run away, tsunami is coming." I ran away in panic. I still remember the moment. If the police officer had not shouted at me, I might have been swept away by the tsunami. I never imagined I myself would experience such a disaster in my life. NHK owns documentary heritage on natural disasters. We make it available to the public by the digital library and pass it down to the younger generation. We hope we can contribute to the disaster prevention, disaster risk reduction, and help realize Build Back Better. Next slide, please. We believe that this is the mission of NHK, one of the organizations who owns valuable documentary heritage in Japan. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shimizu, for that presentation and also for your personal story, which I found very intriguing. I have a question for you. We still have some time for the other presentations. I thought that I should inject this question at this point because you are the only speaker we've had from the media. And so this is both exciting and informative for us. What views can you very, very briefly share with us about involving media organizations in our work more decisively, especially given that audiovisual archives may be in abundance in the small libraries located in media organizations? And this is also a topic that Dietrich Schuler will touch on. That's why it's important that we ask you this question as a media professional. Over to you. I hope you understood the question. If not, your translator, your interpreter will step in.
はい、最初に日本語で私がI'm sorry, I'm talk in Japanese. まあ、今私がお話したように NHK ではアーカイブスを活用したさまざまな展開をこれからも取り組んでいきたいと思っています。
Right now, NHK is working on a variety of initiatives utilizing our archives, and we'd like to continue these activities.
ですから将来的に向けては他の組織との連携も、今後の課題だとは認識しているという状態です。
So we recognize that collaboration with other organizations is a challenge we need to address for the future.
Thank you very much. I suppose that's that. Let's move on then to the next presentation, which will be given by Mr. Jonas Palm. He will be talking about sustainable information with a focus on nuclear waste as disaster prevention. And for him, even as he makes his presentation, the one issue I want to signal to him and to you is that the issue of nuclear waste is very scientific and technical and could possibly put off a large segment of people. And yet, for disaster prevention, it is important to treat the documenting of nuclear waste as a fundamental issue of information for sustainable development. How can we excite or engage people about something so technical as nuclear waste? Over to you.
Thank you. How do we transfer knowledge to future generations? This is probably one of mankind's most fundamental issues through time. It has been the key to our development wherever we have set foot, and we have tried a lot of ways to solve this. So far, we have already succeeded to preserve useful, intelligible information for some 4,000 to 5,000 years. Is this better? Knowledge have been transferred orally or written as images, as text, or as traditions. During the last 70 or so years, a vast amount of nuclear waste has been accumulated, between 370,000 to 400,000 metric tons. Because of its extremely dangerous properties, information about it and its whereabouts must be secured forever, or an extremely long time. In some countries, it has politically been decided to secure the waste for up to 100,000 years, while in reality it may be dangerous for hundreds of thousands of years. How do we succeed in information that will last that long? This is the background for the OECD NEA, Nuclear Energy Agency, Records and Knowledge on Memory and Memory Initiative, based on the need to develop an understanding of how to preserve records, knowledge, and memory about radioactive waste across generations, and to implement the necessary provisions for this work. Old and new ways have been examined. One new approach of importance that was brought into the working procedure was by Professor Cornelius Holthoff at Linnaeus University, together with Anders Högberg. The general assumption in the heritage sector is that things from the past are saved for the future. This is being debated in a recent book edited by these guys, titled Cultural Heritage and the Future. One key question is, what cultural heritage do we pass on, to what use? It is stated that there is a need for future literacy. The work of the RKNM initiative was developed along these ideas. About 100,000 years ago, mankind started to migrate from the African continent. Cave paintings, as the ones in Altamira in Spain, were made 36,000 years ago. The most recent ice age ended 14,000 years ago, and the pyramids of Giza, Egypt, were built 4,500 years ago. We now have radioactive waste which will be dangerous forever, which is an equally long period of time and beyond. And we want to inform future generations about this. The issue of other hazardous waste fits very well within this concept, but in this context we will focus on the nuclear waste. Until the 20th century, preservation of information was a question of using or producing durable materials as media, like, for example, stones, clay tablets, parchment, paper, and lately to some extent photographic procedures. Preserving information relied on collecting. With modern media, both analog and digital, we have to rely on constant attention and activities to keep information long-term accessible. There is no single mechanism or technique that by itself is likely to preserve RKNM over millennia. Rather, an integrated set of mechanisms and techniques, technical, administrative, and societal, are needed to support one another. As reality changes, the overall strategy will be to transfer the same message on and on and on in new forms and formats and ways. The future will present major challenges. Languages change, imagery changes, geographical changes, climate changes, technological changes, and cultural changes. And these can only be counteracted with multiple strategies. An historic example on how information can survive by transfer from one culture to the next and still to another and one and back is how antique Greek texts survived. These dominated the Mediterranean world around 500 BC. It was literature, research, scientific documents. Some of these were translated into Latin as the Roman Empire conquered the Mediterranean. Latin texts including the translations from Greek were later translated into Syriac and Arabic as the knowledge and interest of these texts spread. The cultural situation in Europe changed as Christianity became hostile against science at a time when Islamic researchers praised God for the knowledge. In the 390s, St. Augustine of Hippo, a bishop, and viewed as one of the major church fathers of the Western Christianity, wrote in his Confessions, "Men want to know for the sake of knowing, though the knowledge is of no value to them." The Arabs noted that once the people in former Rome adopted Christianity, they ended up in an intellectual backwaters. Thanks to the interest in Roman and Greek literature, philosophy, and science within the Islamic world, a lot of this survived. It eventually became interesting again for Europeans during the Renaissance, which promoted the discovery of classical knowledge. It is necessary to collect and structure what we decide is essential information about the properties and the whereabouts of the nuclear waste repositories. We must inform why it's important to transfer this information further on, and we must learn not to forget. The message will be intelligible through the ages with proper measures taken repeatedly to update the information. The two major building blocks in the RKNM work are the set of essential records and the key information files, short SER and KIF or KIF. A set of essential records is designed to be a compilation of actual records selected because they would be required for future generations and to understand the repository system and its performance and to assist them to make informed decisions. A key information file is designed to be a single short document produced in a standard format with the aim of allowing society to understand the nature and intent of a repository, and thus to reduce the likelihood of unnecessary human intrusion. It should be openly available and ultimately be widely distributed. KIF documents are already in the making by, among others, the Swedish Nuclear Fuel and Waste Management and the French National Radioactive Waste Management Agency, ANDRA. The RKNM deliverables can be found to be downloaded on the OECD website as well as from the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency website. And you can just search on these words, actually. The RKNM strategic ways, mechanisms we call them, are shown here. The heritage mechanisms are art, culture and education, memory institutions, records or archives, markers and time capsules. The societal ways are knowledge management, national legal framework and oversight. Oversight meaning control over these places. These mechanisms are generally national. They are explained in depth in the RKNM deliverables. Thus, to get RKNM to function in the long perspective, it's essential to involve international mechanisms. In this context, an international mechanism is defined as a mechanism for RKNM preservation that has international influence, scope or support, and is based on international cooperation. An international mechanism can be governmental, consisting of entities or activities that are based on mutual agreements between a number of national governments, or non-governmental, consisting of entities and activities that bring together non-governmental, private, or commercial organizations. One such international mechanism is UNESCO, and within UNESCO is the Member of the World Program. This program started in 1992, and its mission is to facilitate preservation, to assist universal access, and to increase awareness worldwide of the existence and significance of documentary heritage. Just what RKMN is aiming at, focused on radioactive waste. Member of the World is an international mechanism which has registered past but also recent heritage. To be involved in documentation of nuclear waste is a responsibility which would be an important asset in the multi-mechanism strategy, fitting with the principles of UNESCO and the Task Force Member of the World program. Already, one item related to nuclear power was inscribed in 2017, the documentary heritage related to the accident at Chernobyl, regarding the Chernobyl accident in 1986. This, together with, for example, the RKNM information package, will form an important legacy for future generations. In the book, the UNESCO Member of the World Program, Lotta Jordan, chair of the Subcommittee of Education and Research, which you have seen here, and I wrote an article titled How to Make Information on Nuclear Waste Sustainable, a case for the participation of the UNESCO Member of the World Program. Ending the conclusion, we wrote, today, Member of the World Program reacts to documents that already exist or are lost. In the registers, they are discussed in terms of the outstanding significance and qualification to be inscribed in a listing of heritage that earns and requires all efforts to make it sustainable. But in the case of sustainable documentation on nuclear waste, Member of the World, and others would take part in creating something new that in the end should have outstanding significance. We proposed to reflect on what is what this means for the concept of heritage. If one includes the documentation on nuclear waste, heritage would not be something from the past, which is thought to be kept for the future. It would be, too, something constructed for the far future, motivated by a responsibility that sees an irrefutable and urgent need for constructing memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palm, for that presentation. You need to answer my question, which I posed early on. So if you can, I'll be very happy. But in the meantime, let's move on to Mr. Dietrich Schuler, who is going to share information with us on the magnetic tape alert project that he's been involved with for quite some time now, and he is passionate about this particular project. Over to you, Mr. Schuler.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to present the magnetic tape alert project as it stands. It is a project which has been started a couple of years ago. Yes, thank you. And it is not immediately in the center of this conference here, because it does not talk about a disaster by climatic change or anything else. However, it is a management problem, as we will see, and if we don't cope with these problems, it will be a disaster, but not a climatic one, but a management disaster. So, having said this, let me introduce the problem. And I start with the content of the documents which I will be talking about. Support and documentation of cultural and linguistic diversity of humankind is undoubtedly a central mission of UNESCO. And because today's knowledge of cultural and linguistic diversity is predominantly based on audio and video documents that has been produced since the 1950s, and therefore it becomes a strong technical and preservational issue. What are we talking about? We are talking about documents proper for spoken language, for played music, for dance, for drama, for ritual, oral history, and that specifically for orally transmitted cultures. These specificities can only be captured by audio and video recordings and not by any texts, by textual presentations. Likewise, also these documents are documents of the intangible heritage, which is another important aim of UNESCO. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, all audiovisual documents except photographs are machine-readable documents, and therefore it is obvious that access requires replay equipment in operable condition. This is a trivial statement, but the availability of operable machinery is threatened by the obsolescence through technical progress. This has yesterday very well described by Natasha Mielitz-Freiling. To minimize now the risks of obsolescence, and obsolescence can be hardware and software, the standard preservation procedure for audio, video, and more recently also for film is the transfer of contents, be they analog or digital in the originals, into digital repositories, the safeguarding of those contents by ongoing lossless migration from one preservation platform to the next. And of course, analog contents have to be digitized first. These principles have already been discussed in the very late 1980s in the course of a meeting of a predecessor of the Preservation Committee with manufacturers. And from that on, the discussion was very strongly proceeding. So we had the first standards in digital preservation of audiovisual documents already in the mid-1990s. Okay, sorry, it does not work. Okay. Now, what is the specific threat to CLD documents, if I may abbreviate it like that? The magnetic tape was the dominant recording technology for audio and video from the 1950s onwards until around 1919 to 2000. It was superseded by computer technology, or we call it IT technology, since the mid-1990s for audio, around 2000 for video, and more recently also for film. Today, or at least since 10 years already, all magnetic tape recording formats, analog and digital audio and video, are fully obsolete. So replay equipment, spare parts, and technology skills are fading. We have heard this from several interventions in these today's already. Now, it is very clear that transfer of originals to digital repositories will end within a couple of years. Often quoted is the magic year 2025. This does not mean that 2025 is an absolute full stop, but as the amount of replay equipment is getting less and less, it's getting more complicated and more expensive to have these not yet transferred and analog and digital tapes be transferred to digital repository. We are now having an organizational problem or a management problem, which is actually the core of this project. Broadcast and national audiovisual archives, they have been aware of the problem since around 2000 and have very well prepared for the transfer of their contents. And partly the job is done, other parts are still waiting, but generally they are financed or at least envisaged that they must be transferred. And so the danger that they get lost is actually minimal. However, a great part of those magnetic tapes we are talking about the tapes of cultural and linguistic diversity, they are typically outside archival custodies. They are not held in libraries, they are not held in archives. They have been created by research institutions or by cultural institutions, and they have done it for study the contents, not to build up an archive, or not with the intention actually to preserve them for eternity. Also, they regret that they have no budgets for that. So this is the problem which we are facing. So they are notoriously underfunded, and there is a wide lack of equipment, preservation skills, and possibly also of awareness in some cases. Yeah? Now, this triggered the magnetic tape alert project, which was started a couple of years ago, or prepared a couple of years ago, under the umbrella of IFAP, the Information for All program, in cooperation with YASA, and they joined forces to explore the dimension of the problem. The dimension of the problem was, and still is, unfortunately, unclear. In order to keep the burden of filling in questionnaires low, only magnetic tape collection have been searched for, and emphasis was on yet undigitized holdings, those who are still sitting on their original carriers. The principal tool was a questionnaire in all 6 UN languages, which was open from July 19 to end of May 2020, and the results are published by YASA, and there is the link, you'll find the link also on the YASA web page, and I strongly recommend you look into that. Now, what is the summary of the report? This is a 60-page report, and I only give you 1 page of that. There were 411 submissions from 76 countries, 4.4 million audio, 4.1 million video items. The most common formats were open reel audio, compact cassette audio, video, VHS, and Betamax. This was foreseeable. It was encouraging, it is encouraging, that generally the awareness of the problem is evident. However, only from those who have answered. We do not know whether those who have not answered are aware of the problem or are not even aware and therefore have not answered. It is also not a surprise that we have financial problems, we have lack of equipment and skills. Many institutions ask for training courses and also for assistance in the work. Now, generally also only parts of the holdings are safeguarded, and often only plans for their preservation exist. Surprising was the very uneven global response. There was a concentration on North America and Europe, but other regions are very underrepresented. It is obvious that a proactive research is needed to find these unorganized, hidden, and scattered collections that are outside memory institutions. So it is actually a management problem, and a problem how archives and libraries can reach out for those who are not yet in their community. Now, I can keep the recommendations of the report fairly short. It strongly recommends national and regional cooperation, and from my personal experience, I've been to several missions in various parts of the world, I can only say that generally the solution of 80% of the problems are within the country. No experts need to be important if they cooperate. Cooperation on the local or national level, however, is yet not the daily experience, because institutions have a natural, perhaps, tendency to competition. And this really kills a good progress in this situation. Awareness raising and capacity building is very important, and I see that this is a key element for UNESCO, specifically for memory of the world and its preservation subcommittee. In summarizing, let me say that we need concerted actions by national organization to get a better and more complete picture of the situation. Ideally, all member states should establish national bodies, working group, committees, whatever they want to call it. And important is that governmental top-down processes are complemented by NGO or academic interests that look into the matter from bottom up, because they have the access and the interest in the content, not so much in the structure of the organization. And these should be charged to produce national surveys which would provide a realistic picture of the quantitative dimension of the problem, which we do not know and which is varying a lot from country to country. Of course, an overlook on the situation is not yet a solution, but it is an indispensable prerequisite for the planning and organizing of successful preservation, both for the member states as well as for UNESCO. I'm closing with a warning. Magnetic tapes will be inaccessible within a couple of years. We will sit on millions of well-preserved carriers, but we will not have the possibility to listen to them or to view their contents. And these tapes, and now I come back to the content, these tapes are the sources for thousands of texts and analysis on the cultural and linguistic diversity of humanity. And if we miss to safeguard these originals, we would be able to read the text about the languages, the rituals, the dances, the music, etc., but we would not be able to listen to the original sounds and to the optical impression which the videotape provides. I find this an unbearable thought, and that must be prevented. Please read the report. It's a 60-page report. It is informative and inspiring, and do go home and produce your national survey of the yet undiscovered sources for cultural and linguistic diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schuler. I think all the presenters have done an excellent job of sticking to time. We have some 10 minutes for questions. I do not see any particularly burning questions in the chat, but I do have a question which I posed to you, Mr. Palm, earlier on. Perhaps you would care to answer it now. How can we excite or engage people about something so technical as nuclear waste?
It actually is already working. In Holland, in the southwest of Holland, they have built a radioactive waste depository. And that sort hög radioaktiv avfallbehandling, high-level radioactive treatment in the storage building above ground, which will be there for 100 years. And apart from storage of radioactive waste, the repository houses museum collections not currently on display, and it has become a center for cultural activities where art, stories, and cultural heritage helps preserve knowledge and memory in order to make the waste management concept more visible and understandable. Furthermore, the buildings will be repainted over time in different and fading colors, which will represent the radioactive decay in it is housing. The art concept has been further developed, making use of the periodical incidence of natural light, like probably one of the most fundamental rituals of mankind. This is an example of how the implementation of artistic and cultural mechanisms can add value to something, the waste, that by definition has no value, and in the process keep memory alive.
Thank you very much for that. There's a question here for Mr. Schuler about Brazilian institutions. Do you think that ABPA, I don't know what that stands for, who answered the report, is an active player in preservation?
I'm sorry, I'm not particularly knowing the Brazilian situation, although I've been there once, and I do not know the institution the question is about. I'm sorry, so I cannot answer that questions. Yeah.
Okay, that's, I think, good enough. We've got a question from amongst one of our panelists here, in fact, another one. Let's hand it over to Papa Moma Diop.
Merci, Faxon. Je voudrais poser deux questions. D'abord, la première concerne les problèmes de conservation de bandes magnétiques, des microfilms notamment, et des documents sur support argentique. Ce sont des problèmes auxquels nous sommes bien confrontés en Afrique. Et ces types de supports, donc, ne sont pas encore obsolescents. Et malgré cela, on aura beau avoir les appareils idoines pour les lire, surtout pour les microfilms qui sont attaqués par ce qu'on appelle le syndrome du vinaigre. C'est un problème énorme. C'est la même chose pour les documents sur support argentique. J'aimerais demander aux panélistes s'il y a des solutions techniques et ou technologiques efficaces qu'on pourrait partager pour, sinon récupérer les données perdues, du moins améliorer la conservation de tels supports. C'est la première question. Et la deuxième question, Dietrich a parlé d'obsolescence soft et hard. Pour moi, c'est une forme très très grave de catastrophe. Je crois qu'on peut classer l'obsolescence du matériel, soft comme hard, comme une catastrophe sur le patrimoine documentaire. Et pour vous donner un simple exemple, Rappelez-vous les fameuses disquettes, les floppy disks. Moi, j'en ai beaucoup dans les deux formats, mais je n'arrive plus à y accéder. Je ne sais même pas si elles ne sont pas détériorées. Alors, donc ça constitue une perte énorme. Alors, j'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a, toujours au plan technique ou technologique, des solutions pour endiguer cette forme de catastrophe de façon durable? Merci.
Let's bring in Lotta Jordan for the final question, and then I'll hand over to the panelists.
Yes, thank you, Faxon. First of all, thanks to all the presenters, which gave me a very good insight into the work of this preservation subcommittee since years. But I want to come back to a question by Faxon Bender. He asked, how can the presentations this afternoon fit into the work for the strategic frame you develop? And I cannot speak for the presenters. I just want to come back to Jonas Palm as a subcommittee in education and research since 5 years was open to your proposals and reflections. My proposal is concerning the strategic frame, which has priority 1 to 4, to open a door to the future. Because the Sendai framework couldn't cover all aspects. When UNESCO was founded, nobody thought of the internet. And later we had sector communication and information. So a door must always be open to the future. And I propose right away that in addition to priority 1 and 4, there is a small supplement called perhaps new challenges and new reactions, which may include something like nuclear waste. So this opens the door to each convention, each very good framework like Sendai cannot cover the questions of the future, but we are now on the brink to questions of the future. And they are not quite in the framework, but they are on the line of the framework. So that's my proposal under a strategic aspect. Add a small chapter, call it supplement as you like it, new challenges and new reactions. And things like a proposal of Jonas could be put in there. We can discuss it further. So this is a question I try to help to give an answer on your question, Faxon.
So let me start with Diederik.
Yeah. Let me start. I mean, Jonas has... Audiovisual preservation is clear. It is published. Yeah, there is no principal problem. There are some questions open. Nothing is 100%. But YASA, the International Association of Sound and Audiovisual Archives, has issued 4 standards: a general one for audio digitization, one for video digitization, and one, and I was the author of that, of keeping the original carriers as long as possible. But in the 1980s, there was the fashion of fears that the tapes will dissolve. This does not happen. 80% may survive, but it is from an economic point of view totally unrealistic to think that in 10 years' time, or let's say 15 years' time from now, you are able to play a videotape or an audio tape, unless for small entrepreneurs who have kept 10 machines and so they have a little reservoir to do something. But this will be very expensive. So don't miss the transition of carrier-based preservation, which is, of course, the standard for text documents, yeah, to content-based files, convert the content into files, and keep the files alive by continuous adaptation to software and hardware, which you normally don't even notice. And this is, today, it is payable. It is in the order of a few cents per gigabyte and year. But it costs something.
We don't have much time, Mr. Schuler.
Yeah,
we don't
I
have
have
much
to
time.
stop. Yeah, but,
yes,
because this is one of my lectures. But I
yes, indeed.
Sorry,
Mr. Palm, very, very quickly, please.
Yes.
Sorry.
Quickly answer to Papa. There are two ISO standards that you should get hold of. One is 18902, and the other is 18934, and that is probably the most useful for you. It's archives of mixed media and multiple media archive storage environment. And this is working out of useful recommendations for archives who has not the top-notch facilities for storing photographs. For example, the microfilm that you mentioned, they are acetate films, most likely. And they really deteriorate in hot climate and so on. So try to get hold of this. I can send you the information about this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on that note, I would like to conclude this particular session. It's many thanks to all the speakers and all those who have made contributions to the discussion. Over to Sumi.
Thank you indeed on my behalf as well to all of the speakers for those presentations and contributions. Before we do wrap up, I would like to invite for some final closing words here to the stage Mr. Jussi Nuorteva. He's the National Archivist of Finland, and he is the Vice Chair of the International Advisory Committee as well. So he will provide us with some closing words. Mr. Nuorteva, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. When I was listening to this session at the beginning and the speech of Dr. Faxon Banda, I think that he said very much about the overview of this program and also the forward looks for this program. I must congratulate the Secretariat for the work that has been done. I think that we are in a position that the program is really running now. We have very much that has been happening. And I was very glad also when I heard that we are having 700 registered participants in this forum. That is a huge number, and of course I understand that everybody is not listening to every presentation, but many people are listening to some of the presentations and they pick the information that is included in them. I have participated in this program for many years, and I must say that I face one problem in these discussions. We have so much information. We have so many initiatives that have been taken that I think that I'm almost exhausted about all what I have heard. And I believe that it's the same situation for many others. How can we pick the information that is important for us? Because we are different. Even though we have our common principles and professional practices, but our resources are different, our situations are different, our staff amount is different, and that means that we have to be very wise and selective also when we are building up the capacities that we need in each case. I think that it is also important that for us to remember the very basics. The archival documentary heritage, especially that we have in our repositories, has not come from the sky. Our holdings are a result of our professional work that we have concluded following the established national and international practices of appraisal. None of us has resources to preserve everything that once has been created. We have to be selective and pick the part of the heritage that, according to our best understanding, will be worth to preserve. That is what we also do and what has been done by our predecessors. Even though the principles may vary, but they have also done their best to preserve the documentary heritage that is representative for the society. I think that it is our ethical responsibility also to guarantee that the information, the archives, documents that we preserve is representative. It must give an authentic, balanced, and many-sided picture of our societies, not forgetting the groups that easily are left in the margin. Understanding of our history, society, and values is based on the information we preserve and that we make available for the users, researchers, decision makers, and citizens. Unfortunately, we know that these principles are not always respected. We know that limiting the use of archives, and in some cases, even eradication of information, leads at worst to false interpretation of history. In some cases, those persons who have dared to stand up to protect the endangered heritage have done so risking their health and even lives. I want to mention today Lokman Slim from Beirut, who has been working in the Human Rights Working Group or the ICA. Today we were supposed to have the meeting of the Human Rights Working Group. We were informed that he was found shot to his death from his car. We also know that he had been working with his wife, Monica Borgman, in Beirut to collect information about the 70,000 persons who had died or disappeared during the Lebanese civil war. Luckily, this information had been digitized and preserved also in Finland as a safe haven for this kind of materials. That was a huge work that we did together with the Finnish National Archives staff working in Beirut, together with the colleagues from Lebanon. We have also been working with the materials as a safe haven, those materials from the time of the Civil War. We know that much has been destroyed, also intentionally. We had more than 40 volunteers working to take digital copies with their mobile phones and photograph with cameras. And also those persons did it with a high risk. Many of them lost their lives. These are, of course, ultimate situations in our profession as custodians of the documentary cultural heritage. Luckily, the materials I mentioned have now been digitally copied, and they are available. Also, thanks to the Safe Havens work that has been based on the principles of the paragraph 5.4 of the recommendation adopted by the UNESCO General Assembly in 2015, and that has been mentioned by ICA President David Fricker yesterday, and by some others also. Dear participants, during the last decades we have seen a growing number of natural catastrophes caused in many cases by consequences of the climate change. We have also seen destruction caused by armed conflicts, which seem to be ever more destructive. We have seen negligence, indifference, and lack of interest towards the cultural heritage that we as professionals stand for. Unfortunately, in many cases the risks and disasters are man-made, directly or indirectly. They are the work of the humankind, all of us. Following the discussions during the 2 days, we have understood that documentary cultural heritage is not an island isolated from the daily life of human societies and the nature around us. It is good to ventilate the thoughts we have, but most important and necessary is to find the ways to tackle the problems we have detected. We have followed regional and national overviews from all continents, as well as special cases like that one about documentary heritage in Curaçao, presented by His Excellency Minister Ornelio Martina at the beginning of the first day. Today, we are speaking about multitasking situations due to the cascading effects of the disaster situations. We understand that risk management of documentary heritage needs to be part of the general preparedness of the societies to avoid and manage the threats and disasters caused by climate change, natural catastrophes, armed conflicts, as well as social inequality and instability. The pilot survey of the UNESCO and the Japanese funds in trust showed that surprisingly 40 out of the 63 organizations who participated in the survey did not have an emergency management plan. Today we also heard about the case in Pakistan and the need to have inventories of the cultural heritage. This is something that we really need to work on in the future. Early recognition of risks for the documentary cultural heritage is essential in building up capacities to react quickly in the various situations through global actions. This is a responsibility not only of all the UNESCO member states, but especially of the international organizations representing the archives, libraries, museums, and other actors in the field of cultural heritage. I am very glad that the presentations of the professional organizations we heard at this forum were very good. This shows that they have the strength in the professional community and they really do shed light and hope for the future. Dear colleagues, open access to documentary heritage is as an essential part of freedom of information, understanding of the history, values and principles of the societies based on the rule of law. Cooperation between the keepers of the local and global documentary heritage supports sustainability, stability and equality in the societies and globally. Possibilities to share the documentary heritage in digital form should be used systematically in safeguarding cultural heritage, as well as in keeping the born digital records and making them available for all. Strengthening our determination to safeguard endangered cultural heritage of all peoples against its destruction and illicit trafficking was the message of the international conference that was held under the auspices of UNESCO in December 2016 in the United Arab Emirates, together with France. However, only a few concrete steps have so far been taken in building up a global network of safe havens. The concrete work in creating safe havens for documentary heritage at risk needs to be strengthened. We must be aware that safe havens are also a tool in implementing the goals set by the 1954 Hague Convention and its second protocol adopted in March 1999 for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. We are also glad and grateful for the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2347 on March 2017, which was a milestone in protection of cultural heritage. In that decision, the Security Council deplored the unlawful destruction of cultural heritage, religious sites and artifacts, and the smuggling of cultural property by terrorist organizations during armed conflict, affirming that such attacks might constitute a war crime and must be brought to justice. One issue that has been raised in this forum is repatriation of colonial time documents to the countries of origin. In many cases, it is not easy to define the owner of these documents. They are in many cases part of a shared cultural heritage belonging to two or more states. The issue is disputed. The issue of disputed documentary heritage was raised up in a survey conducted by Leopold Auer as early as in 1997-98 for the UNESCO and the International Council on Archives. The survey registered a number of claims for repatriation. Unfortunately, I lost the voice here. This is off. No, it should. Okay, now it's on. Yes, unfortunately, the survey registered the number of cases, but very little was done after the survey of Dr. Auer. It may also be mentioned that the new survey was conducted in 2019 by the Liverpool University Centre for Archival Studies on behalf of the ICA's expert group on shared archival heritage. A first step in many of these cases of disputed documentary heritage is to enhance digitalization of the display's documentary heritage in order to make it available for all parties and audiences. Dear colleagues, I want to thank you all for participating in this second Global Policy Forum. I find that it has been a very useful opportunity to open the discussions and to look at the situation where we are in preserving the documentary heritage. We have learned a lot, and I want to thank you all, especially the Secretariat for the work you have done, and the Japanese foundations for their generous support. Thank you, and be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Nuorteva, for those very prescient and fitting closing remarks. This does indeed bring to an end this second World Forum, and it has been wonderful to have all of you with us, especially all of you joining us on our Zoom webinar who have been staying with us in large number through the course of yesterday and today. So thank you again for your participation and your engagement. I would like to thank also all of our speakers and presenters who have done a wonderful job, put a lot of work into the presentations and shared so much detail that has been much appreciated by all of the participants as well. That has brought incredible detail, as I said, and also a foundation for the path forward. So thank you for your presentations. I would also like to extend my thanks to Mr. Faxon Banda and the Secretariat, including Kenji Tamura and the entire UNESCO Memory of the World team, all of the people here from Rana and Anna, Veronica, and Mariama who have worked tirelessly and with much precision to ensure that this program has been able to go on as it has. Of course, we would have liked, as I said in the beginning, to invite a big room of people together to discuss this topic. It wasn't possible, but still we got a fruitful discussion. So thank you for all of that organization. And I would like to add my thoughts, as we heard from Mr. Nuorteva, my thanks to the Japanese government, especially the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology for their generous support of this event. And we have said a few times, thank you to the interpreters for leading us through these past 2 days. It is not an easy job, and you've done a wonderful job, so thank you. The path has now been paved. We've laid the foundation here, and it is now about moving forward. So one way that is possible, the strategic framework that Mr. Banda presented this morning at the very start of day 2 will be on the website, the Memory of the World website, after the conclusion of this Global Policy Forum. The Secretariat asks that you, all of you who have taken part, engage with this framework, send your comments, your contributions to help make this an action plan that is built upon a broad coalition of stakeholders, working in memory institutions, in partner institutions, in volunteer groups, and so on. Then it can be indeed put into action. So that is one key action you can take to move forward with the strategic framework. So thank all of you again to all of our presenters, our participants, for upholding, preserving, and promoting our documentary heritage. And we hope to see you soon at a future forum and look forward to engaging and connecting. Thank you.